Will you come up? Because I heard there was dancing yesterday evening, which I'm pleased to hearing, because it shows that again the summer days provide the vibes that we need to also enter then the summer break in July with the right mood. Before I come to my keynote speakers today, I would want to repeat a few things that I said yesterday for those of you who haven't been there. And these are purely technical for now. Number one is the name tag. Don't throw it away. It's a gift from the organizers to all of you. There are seeds in this paper. You can plant it in your garden with water, please, and then it will grow. An important issue, as I was asked, no, don't plant the string, okay? Do us a favor and give it back to the organizers, because it's not meant to pull out the plant. It's in fact not reusable. Second, there is the program, which I hold in hand, and there are two QR codes at the back, which you can use. I had problems in using the one for the Wi-Fi yesterday. It required a password. If you need the password, there it is, welcome Bau 100. Twitter hashtag. Please use Twitter. We live in the age of social media, and it helps the event, it helps the organizers, it helps your discussions if you tweet about it on social media. We have a visual storyteller, Joyce, she's sitting in the back, and she'll draw visuals from your discussions that we will display so that we can all see it during the morning. Having said that, let's move into day 2. Yesterday we discussed the impact of the Green Deal on labor markets and the creation of new forms of jobs. Today we move a little bit more into sustainability. And what I would like to do is to remind all of you of the generally guiding questions for these 2 days, which the organizers have put together. Sustainability, as we all know, has 3 pillars, and often that is forgotten. Very often nowadays we feel it's all environmental, but no. Sustainability is environmental, it is economic, and it is social. And so the generally guiding questions of the conference are: how will the Green Deal impact economies, labor markets, and jobs? How to make the Green Deal fair, inclusive, and sustainable? What will be the impacts of the twin transition on different regions and industry sectors? We touched quite a bit on these 3 questions already yesterday. And then, what will be the challenges from the perspectives of the public and the private sector? And how can we ensure participation and co-decision of workers in the transitions? We will very much touch on the private and the public sector today when we discuss how to ensure a sustainable twin transition in the world of work. And I'm very happy to have 3 keynote speakers this morning who are already with me on stage. Let me introduce Kathleen, and I'm trying, she told me, so Kathleen, you will forgive me. Kathleen van Houtsenhoven. Thank you. Head of talent in Belgium for the Adecco Group. So Kathleen's representing the private sector. Then we have Andrea Ganero from the OECD. And I was already told that when you come from the OECD, you need to have slides. So Andrea will have a few slides to share with you. And we have Elisabeth Kuiper from the European Policy Center, which you probably all know. She's Associate Director and Head of the Social Europe and Wellbeing Program at the EPC. Kathleen, you are the one to start. And you're going to speak about sustainable transitions at work, a competitive advantage for business. And I don't see a question mark on it. So, but we're going to see, and we'll discuss later. If you want, you can use the podium. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very excited to be here. So indeed, that was a good pronunciation of my name. I'm Kathleen van Houtsenhoven, Head of Talent for Belgium and Luxembourg for the Adecco Group. What I would like to point out today, or check with you, is how investing in the right skills is an important condition to achieve the urgently needed green transition. And I think there are a few things that we can say about this. I think, first of all, climate action should also be labor market action. And to this point, the Adecco Group, in view of the conference in 2022, did an assessment of the NDCs of the G20 countries, so the national determined contributions, which are the central reporting documents on the plans and implementations of the Paris Climate Agreement. And what came out of this assessment, first of all, that skilling and employment policies are inefficiently addressed and prioritized. We saw that 40% of the G20 economies acknowledge that skilling is an essential part of their climate transition plans. Only 15% of those G20 economies identify active labor market policies as an essential point of focus. So the need for those ALMPs only reference, by the way, if the NDCs specifically address labor market transition support measures as well. So knowing that there's a far-reaching ambition for sectoral transformation and carbon-neutral industries, we should be aware that if those ambitions don't move on par with human capability and human capacity, that the results will probably be suboptimal as well. So focus on skills is really, really crucial. If I'm talking about skills, what do we mean with skills for the green economy? It can be any kind of engineering skills, waste energy skills, but most importantly, it are skills that are needed for the jobs of the future. And jobs of the future are actually any kind of jobs that will require modifications in order to provide for environmental and climate goals. And trust me, there will be a lot of jobs that are involved here. So where's the challenge? And that's a challenge for HR, for talent, I think for all companies. Well, the big challenge is that without skill development, and that's something that the International Labour Organization has estimated, that global economies could shed as many as 71 million jobs in their way to become more circular. On the other hand, if we could start investing more in reskilling, and if we can have smart policies, this process could be reversed. Only the energy sector alone could provide for a net growth of 18 million jobs, which is huge, and hence the importance of focusing on reskilling and upskilling in organizations. when we look at successful transition strategies towards this green economy, I think there are also some trends and changes that we need to be aware of. I don't know if you're aware, but more than 1.47 billion jobs depend on climate stability, which is a lot. Next to that, almost 85% of the jobs of 2030 have not been invented yet. And why is that? Because everything is changing. The behavior of consumers is changing. What they want is more sustainable products, which means that companies will also have to look for more sustainable solutions. Next to that, the products themselves are changing as well, are evolving more towards sustainable products, meaning that the companies will have to look for solutions that look into prolonging, I would say, the lifespan of products, and that's something that we already see. There's a company in Belgium that's called AS Adventure, and it's a chain of outdoor stores. They, for instance, already have a service where they offer shoe repair for walking shoes, where they have a service to make ski jackets waterproof again. So it's all these kinds of initiatives that we're starting to see, but they're also requiring a special set of skills. Next to that, we also should be very aware that there will be some sectors that will be suffering more than others. And I'm especially thinking about the energy sector, the automotive sector, so there should be a lot of awareness for those sectors. If we look at these changes that are having place, we should also realize that there are lying quite some opportunities, both for companies as well as for governments and even for employees, I would say. What are those opportunities? Well, if we can focus more on skills, upskilling, reskilling, we can create a better skilled, future-proof workforce. Next to that, we could aim for functional labor markets, which also have sophisticated educational systems, because also education from the beginning will play a big role in this big transition. And thirdly, I think that's something that the government also can look into, to create more inclusive social protection systems. So if we would try now to translate those opportunities into key actions, what would that mean for all the stakeholders? Well, first of all, for governments to try and enable flexible and functional labor markets. And that's something where companies like the Adecco Group can play a role in this flexibility. Next to it, they also should look into delivering a different system of social protection, where the focus lies more on protecting the worker instead of protecting the jobs. Secondly, when we look at companies or employers, they could start already by mapping the skilling requirements that will be needed for the future. They should also start to get reskilling and re-employment higher on the priority list. And next to that, when I think about the attraction of talent, there also lies a role. How can we do that? By making upskilling, reskilling, investing in skilling and re-employment a part of our brand image, of our brand advantage in the attraction of talent that's future-proof. And thirdly, I think there's also a big key action for the workers themselves, for each individual. Because people will have to learn to take the development of their skills into their own hands and create ownership for it. The skills of today will not be the skills of tomorrow. And skills will expire a lot quicker than they used to. So if workers don't see lifelong learning as a must, that might have an impact on their long-term employability. And when I'm talking about skills, of course, I'm also talking about training. And what is training for green jobs? Well, you should be aware that green recovery could create 20 million jobs in 2030. So it's really key to see which role that each of us can play in this. The EDECO group, back at the end of 2022, we had a white paper published, and we looked into some projects that we did within our own group regarding training for green skills, and there were some learnings that came out of it. First of all, we discovered that most trainings are externally funded by government or other training funds. Secondly, that apparently people need to be made aware of opportunities for skill development, because there are some groups for who this is not obvious. So some guidance in this skill anticipation is really required. If we would translate this into policy recommendations, so I would say that there should be more investment in upskilling and reskilling projects on a local level. Next to that, that companies should also already not just map the skill requirements, but also start mapping their transition and the impact that this would have on their workforce. So that also means a lot more flexibility in careers and more importance for career guidance from the beginning, like creating career paths with employees. And thirdly, like I said, that each individual should really look into their own development possibilities. If we don't do this, then we might have a big problem in the future. So I think all of us have a shared responsibility, and when I say all of us, that's each individual, that's the government, that's the consumers, the workers, so everybody has a shared responsibility in delivering the skill policies needed to succeed in the mission of a truly sustainable economy. What does that mean? That it will require a coordinated policy approach to make it both just but also fit for purpose. And I believe that if approached in the right way, this green transition, this transition towards a greener economy, it holds a lot of opportunities for each of the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen, and I'm sure we come back to some points later. I've already written down two questions. The private sector's voice was there. We are moving over to the OECD. Andrea, you are the labor economist at the Directorate for Employment, Labor and Social Affairs of the OECD. And you said to me when we met this morning, I don't only want to bring the EU point and go into it. So we're really very much looking forward to your presentation.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Sorry for preparing some slides, but I want to show you some ongoing work that we are doing at the OECD on this. As you said, so today here we are in a EU framework, but the challenge is global. All OECD countries are grappling with the issue. The OECD is also involved in G7, G20 talks on this issue, and you know it, we have to solve it together. It's not going to be solved in the EU only. So the focus of the summer days is essentially on the green transition. The title of the session is on the twin transitions, but these are not the only transitions that labor markets are facing in the OECD and the EU. We have technology on the one hand, robots and AI now is the talk of the town, but we also have changing forms of globalization, a restructuring of global value chains with the so-called some degrees of reshoring, friendshoring, climate change, as we said, but also the only thing we know for sure is that our societies are aging, our workforce is aging. This is forcing companies to, I think, change the policies, it's changing demand, and at some point I think it will simply reduce the pool of workers available. So this set on transitions is a big challenge, but on the other end, I would also let's say, tell you that it's something that we have been facing for a while. It's nothing new here, if you want. So labor markets have been facing transitions all along. So somewhat we know a couple of things on how to deal with transitions. And in fact, I think we should move on to think about labor markets as more perpetual motion machines than something fixed box of people working. In fact, every month, thousands of people change job, are fired, they quit, or they find a new job. And so transitions happen every day. I think to make the transition, the green transition is a bit different because it's not something exogenous, it's something that is mainly driven by policy and by set deadlines and goals. And so I think in this case we bear an even larger responsibility of ensuring that no one is left behind. And I think to do so we should focus on the opportunities but also on the challenges. This is the main goal of having the slide. The transition is not gonna be a walk in the park. So there are dozens of opportunities, but there are also some short-term costs. This chart shows some ongoing work that we are doing at the OECD to estimate the cost of displacement. And in particular here we are comparing the blue line, no, I'm doing something wrong. The blue line at the bottom, it's the cost, the earning losses that workers from greenhouse gases intensive sectors face compared to the earning losses that workers displaced from greenhouse gases non-intensive sectors, let's say, so between brown and the rest of the economy. And you see, that the cost of displacement is big, up to 60% after displacement, and even up to 25–30% 5 years later. And second point, you see that the cost is larger for workers coming from brown industry, if you allow me to cut it short. And therefore you see that we need to face this, and the gap is almost entirely driven by larger wage losses, not lower re-employment opportunities. It's not that these workers do not find a new job or find less than the others, but that the wage loss they face is strong. So this will also force us maybe to rethink some of the policy tools that we have in mind, because on the one hand, activation skills, of course, but we may also need to rethink of other tools, for instance, wage insurance. As I said, the green transition is not the first transition that OECD labor markets are facing. We have been studying the impact of job displacement for a while, and so we have few lessons that we learned from the past, and I think that can still apply today. I think there are three main lessons. The first is the need to anticipate, especially now that the transition is being driven by some policy design, so we are even more able to know more or less in advance what is going to happen. And in a key role in better anticipation is the involvement of the stakeholders and the social partners, which is the key area of my talk today. Second is the need for timely and targeted intervention, and timely means, in fact, in advance of dismissals. Especially now that we know we should take things, the reskilling, the upskilling that has been discussed before, should be done not after people have been dismissed or after the sectors close down, but we should start now, or possibly we should already have started. And third, the key lesson is that we should not only focus on the workers that will pay the cost of adjustment, but also on communities at large. It has already been hinted, there are some local, geographical, regional aspects of the transitions stronger than in other cases. So what is the role of social partners in all this? I think I see three main roles. The first is that social partners can play a key role in the design of the transitions. Trade unions and employers' organizations have a stronger foot in the ground than certainly me at the OECD and possibly many others in the European Commission or in national governments. They know the challenges. They also know some of the solutions. So companies know that they can rely often on their workers to come up with solutions for the production process and so on. The same, I think, we should do for the green transition, rely on the knowledge from the ground. Second, social partners can help with the management of the transition. So employers and unions have a long-standing tradition in many EU countries, especially in managing structural change. I'm thinking here, for instance, of the job security councils in Sweden, outplacement foundations in Austria, or even training funds in Italy that are jointly run by employers and unions, and that they do upskilling, reskilling, and support for workers at risk of being dismissed. And finally, the third point is, I think, very pragmatically, is that without social partners, the transition is unlikely to happen. So especially the green transition is not just a set of regulation and incentives, it's a societal challenge that has to be understood, accepted, and embraced. And I think we cannot do without organizations that represent millions of workers and thousands of companies. So at the OECD, we are abandoning this in our work. This year, we have a flagship publication on employment that is the OECD Employment Outlook. This year, it will come out in 11 days. It's focused on artificial intelligence. Next year, we will focus on the green transition. Here you find the working titles, let's say. They will change for sure, but at least they give you an hint of the subject. But we do want, let's say, we do not just want to crunch the data and come out with bright recommendations. That's not the way we work. That's not the way it works in general. So we look forward to engage with you, to partner if you want, to expand our work. We want to look at the quality of the jobs that are involved in the transition, at the cost of the reallocation and the policies, at the skills needed to bridge the gap, and at the distributive effects of the climate mitigation policies. But these are only the topics for the Employment Outlook. More will be done in the margins. A lot of work is being done on skills, on activation, and so on and so forth. And so I look forward to exchange with you today and in the coming month on these issues.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And without further ado, we move over to Elizabeth. The number one criterion, well-being. I think we all agree.
Well, I hope so, Kirsten. Good morning, everyone. Because actually, I would like to rephrase the title of this session this morning slightly for my presentation. Because yesterday, I think, Kirsten, you made a really good point in your introduction for this conference when you spoke about the fact that actually the twin transition needs to be a triple transition, because we should not forget about the social dimension of the transition. And that is exactly indeed with the title that you've been given me, I want to focus on during this presentation. Because I think it's clear, and also from what the previous speakers have said, that the concept of work has already undergone a significant transition. I think at the start of the current Commission, it was already clear when they predicted that 35 to 40% of jobs would change due to the digital and the green transition, that change was happening. But I think also due to COVID-19, where I think the concept of the traditional workplace being in the office and perhaps being a more static construct was about to change. And then we're not even speaking of what you call the talk of the town, artificial intelligence, and how that will change jobs. So it's really urgent to rethink the future of work. And I think especially in the context of the summer days this year, where we know that probably by next year, we're really in the spirit of preparing for the next mandate of the European Commission. We just have had European Parliament elections by then. So I think more than ever, it is important to think about how everything that is happening also at national level is affecting the dynamics at European level. Because the 2024 elections will not be business as usual. We already see in a lot of national contexts fierce discussions taking place. I myself am from the Netherlands, and also Joost Korte yesterday referred to the fact that in the Netherlands there's a lot of discussion about the potential detrimental impacts of the green transition on the agricultural sector. There's really been a landslide victory for a party that just came out of nowhere, for those perhaps that had not been following the discussion about what the green transition would need. And I think the Netherlands is just one example. We've been seeing it in France already for quite some time. And these are just examples of the fact that the worsening climate emergency and the cost of living crisis really do require a social answer. And if you see that probably the balance of power between liberal and illiberal parties will be affected by the outcome of next year's elections, I think that is really even more urgent for us. There is a more urgent need for us to reflect on the agenda needed for the next mandate. And I think it's important to really be perhaps more substance-driven and to come up with concrete recommendations. And I think also me, speaking for the European Policy Centre, a Brussels-based think tank, you expect me to come up with recommendations, so I'm going to do that. Because yesterday we heard the Director General of DG Employment saying that the year of skills that President von der Leyen has announced in her 2022 State of the Union is mainly a communication exercise. And as much as we all know that communication is important, I think it is important to not just make this a communication exercise. Because with demographic change happening and COVID-19 already putting in sharp focus the societal transformations happening and shortages in a lot of sectors. I mean, we all remember the immense pressure on the health and care sector. And that's just one sector where, again, a lot of change is happening. And in the next 30 years, 50 million workers will leave the EU labor market. So that really tells you something about the challenges at stake. I think COVID-19 also highlighted the essential role played by people with a migration background. And in the context of an aging European population, the demand across all skills levels will become more pressing in the years to come. Labor migration may help mitigate shortages, yet we also have seen, and even in the context of today's European Council happening just a few kilometers across, I think we see that it's a very difficult topic to raise in a lot of countries. The transition towards the greening of Europe's energy supply and industrial production, as well as the digitalization of the economy, is leading to significant changes in the labor market. And this will result in sectoral shifts and job displacement. I therefore would recommend you to follow this afternoon's workshop by the European Policy Centre done by my colleagues Laura Rayner and Tommaso Grossi, because they will exactly focus on the sectoral shifts and job displacement, what it concretely means for concrete sectors. Because we need new evidence-based approaches in policy making. And therefore I have 5 recommendations to make about what, from the perspective of a think tank, is needed to focus on more in policy making. And first, I think it is important to couple the skills agenda with a recovery and resilience facility. Because it's true, we heard yesterday, both from the Director General of the European Commission as well as the incoming presidency, that yes, there is much more budget. There are more programs in place at European level. And again, there's perhaps more eye for communication. But it is important to really ensure that the active labor policies that have also been developed during COVID-19 will be paired together with the recovery and resilience facility, because these policies developed in the context of the RFF recognize the growing need to adapt skills and to meet the new challenges such as reskilling and upskilling. However, by linking the two policies, so active labor market policies and the RFF, I think it really will lead to supporting the development of skills that are most needed in order to achieve a more social and sustainable transition. As I said, the second recommendation is on attracting and retaining skills in cooperation with third countries. Because to succeed and to implement the Green Deal and moving from the political commitment to the Green Deal and making it actually work and implement it in practice, it is important that we attract and retain skills from third countries. Because with the shrinking workforce, and we just heard data both from the private sector as well as from the OECD, it is important that we have labor migration opportunities as well as skills mobility schemes that will be designed, supported, and effectively implemented in the context of everything that's happening. And of course, in that context, we also need to think about the interest of the partner countries, because there needs to be a mutual interest both for the EU as well as for the partner countries that also, again, face the green transition and climate disaster already happening in third countries. The third recommendation is really to think about multi-stakeholder activities and forums, because more efforts will be needed also to bridge initiatives happening in the private sector as well in the public sector. Because there can be a mismatch between demand and offer. And also, I think, speaking today in the context of the CESI Summer Days, speaking about what trade unions can offer, it is really important to really have an open sharing information and fora to foster dialogue. Building on the lessons learned from COVID-19, we also need to think about a much more holistic vision and take into account a more planetary health approach. Because we have seen that the intersection between environmental policies, animal health, human health is really important and ask for a broader vision on health and well-being. And of course, there's an economic argument to make for that as well, because preventing illnesses and promoting health are cost-effective measures after all. They're important for mental health of workers and citizens at large. But there again, there's also an economic argument to make for it. For example, reducing emissions from the industry will not only improve environmental standards and air quality, but they also work to reduce diseases caused by air pollution, such as cancer and heart disease. And again, this points to the fact that a more holistic approach is needed, and we also need to link broader environmental policies to a concept such as planetary health, which is still a niche concept, but really needs to be developed more also in light of the next mandate. And let me end indeed with a recommendation for the governance of the next mandate. Because we have seen that the world, as it stood in 2019, when the current European Commission started, has dramatically changed. The current European Commission started in December 2019, just a few months before the COVID-19 pandemic happened. Since then, we have also seen the Russian invasion in Ukraine, which led indeed to a lot of discussion about Europe's position in the world, about economic dependencies, about the need for more social transition. But the Commission's structure hasn't been adapted yet to that, because a lot of important initiatives are happening within the Directorate Generals of the European Commission, and there seems to be a will to change. There is a lot of discussion about well-being, economy, the indicators needed for an economy that has a more holistic approach. Certainly also when we listen to the European Commission President and other Vice Presidents involved in the Beyond Growth conference happening in the European Parliament a few weeks ago, there seems to be commitment to change. However, if the change is not adapted at the top, at the senior level of the European Commission, it will not trickle down to the Directorate Generals working at a more technical level. So our recommendation, and my colleague Laura Rayner and myself and other colleagues involved at the European Policy Centre a few weeks ago, wrote a recommendation about appointing an executive vice president for the well-being economy. And of course, we're open for suggestions about the exact title of the vice president, because it can also be a vice president for the Beyond Growth economy. But our point is to make the point and to make the case for a more holistic vision to include social transformation at the highest level of the European Commission and the institutions at large. So with that, I think, Kirsten, I pause because I may be running over time, but I'm looking forward to the debate and to your suggestions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all three of you. I somehow feel invited to being devil's advocate, because there is a lot of agreement here on the sustainable transition. And the private sector, Kathleen, you presented how important it is to upskill and reskill workers and what requires, etc. And also you said that consumers want more and more sustainable products. Well, of course, we do not operate in a vacuum. So whilst on one hand there is a tendency to agree, I wonder, what about small and medium companies? What about their operations in an environment where we have inflation, rising costs, etc.? Upskilling, reskilling costs a lot of time, costs a lot of money. Plus, of course, sustainable products do cost a lot of money to consumers. And as we all know, people are struggling to paying their bills. So I was just asking myself, okay, we all want a sustainable transition, but if it happens, it will cost money. Any comments? I throw it in the open, and perhaps also one word, and there I look more at Andrea, because he said to me, you know, not only EU, but also international. Sustainable transition means, again, we do not operate in a vacuum. We are a global player, and there are other markets where perhaps they somehow feel it's a good thing to go sustainable, but are they really following, and is what are the standards that we are developing and that we are asking for also the ones that they do, or do we lose our competitive advantage internationally because of the sustainable transition? So there are two mics here. It's for whoever wants to give it a try. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, case working. Yeah, well, once again, and that's also what I stated, I think we should look for inclusive solutions, to also to look for inclusive support systems, like I mentioned, to protect workers and not just the jobs. Is it going to be a difficult road? I do believe so. But I also think that at a certain point, we will not have a lot of choice but to go in this sustainable way. But I'm also convinced that upskilling and reskilling does not always have to cost a lot of money. There can be creative ways. There are maybe people already within the companies that have those skills and that can also train. So we don't always have to look for the big, expensive solutions, I think. But I think it's really important to look for ways that we can include as many people as possible. Of course, it will be harder for smaller companies. And once again, I do think that there is support that's needed to make sure that or they can get there, and if not, in the worst case scenario, that there's also a system in place that will help them to find other ways to continue to work and to be active, etc. And that's also a bit what I meant with people also will need to take their career into hands, and careers will be more flexible. But I think there should be a support system behind it to make it as inclusive as possible.
Oh, thank you. And Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think it's also really important indeed, and I think that also comes down to political messaging, that indeed the broader vision as to the why all of this is needed is important. Because we have indeed been doing research at the European Policy Center, where we have been talking to people indeed in rather deprived positions, where indeed people feel, yes, we are willing to indeed perhaps pay more for products, or perhaps indeed think about alternatives for transport, not taking the car, taking public transport. But then there needs to be an infrastructure, because it's easier said than done for most people. Because again, if you're living in the countryside, because of the fact that housing in cities is an issue, then you can't be forced to take public transport if it's not available. And again, if people then feel that the rich and perhaps the 1% that is able indeed to pay for the twin green and digital transition are easily paying for it, they're really not making any attempts perhaps to change their lives, because again they have money to make up for it. I think then people feel that it's not justified, and that's exactly what you see happening in all these protest movements at national level, that people feel that the bigger political picture has not been explained to them, and all of a sudden they feel that their energy bills are increasing. Again, public transport, all these public services are increasing in terms of the cost involved. And I think that is really important, that we ensure that that broader vision is being explained at political level. And I think that requires also something from policymakers.
Andrea, perhaps one thing, if I may, because when you speak, could you also relate back to what you said about the cost of displacement of brown jobs compared to the greener jobs? Maybe interested if you have any example that would be helpful.
Yeah. I'd say there are many issues. One word on consensus. There is maybe a consensus here on the goals, but I would already be less sure that there is a consensus on the exact policies and solutions. And certainly there is no consensus outside, as we heard from the Netherlands, but not only, or France. And the role of social dialogue is also an instrument to channel this lack of consensus, or even I would say conflict, and finding ways to let's say an upper equilibrium out of this conflict. So there is conflict, there is no consensus, there is conflict, and we should acknowledge there is conflict, but we have to find the instruments to manage the conflict. Either is for having new parties, or maybe taking a step in advance and involve people that have a ground with people, let's say, with groups that are maybe feel less involved in the transition. And on the link between the, let's say, the costs and the green transition,
I will just mention that there is a big debate in macroeconomic policy now on the so-called greenflation, so possible effects on inflation of the green transition because of the demands that will be compressed in a short time period. So yes, definitely there is also a trade-off. No easy solution, let's face it, for consumers, for companies, but also for central banks. In terms of competitive advantage, again, very briefly, but I think Jean Pisani-Ferry published a nice report in France on the macroeconomic cost of the transition, and in his introduction he had a very short summary of the main messages that he said that the European Union cannot be a champion of budget discipline, together being a champion of competition rules and being a champion of the green transition. The three things together cannot stand. And the conflict, let's call it like that, with the US, with the IRA and the policies that have been put in place are an example of that. So indeed, there are solutions and no consensus. And maybe on the last questions on the costs, we have already seen such that chart is based on the past, is not based on the future. So it's past displacement from, let's say, brown sectors. We have already seen examples in Germany, many other countries. So this is about the past. Of course, I cannot tell you this is exactly what is going to happen in the future. In fact, I would like to say this is not what is going to happen in the future, because we are going to put in place policies that will change that picture. I don't know. I just want to warn that the challenge is big in general, even bigger when we focus on the so-called brown sectors, because for the better and the worse are sectors that on average pay well. So that's the key issue. These are sectors that pay well. And often the green jobs they could be nice, enjoyable jobs, but on average they pay less well. So I think that we have to keep this in mind, also to make it socially acceptable. And I think the only way is to face it, just not to paint a rosy picture that is not gonna realize.
Okay.
I want to add one more thing, because I did mention there are also many initiatives of making the economy more circular. I already gave the example that then for the consumers of shops, for instance, offering repair services, and that's also something that's coming up more and more, repair workshops, etc. But there are also companies that are playing into that. We do have a customer that's giving logistic services to the fashion industry, and that has set up a system for retailers, etc., to bring back clothes that have not been sold and that can be recycled and reused, which also means less cost. So both for consumers as well as for companies, there are also some initiatives in making this economy more circular that don't necessarily have to cost a lot. So I think more of those initiatives would be great as well.
Okay. I would want to encourage everybody in the room to also participate, so think about questions, come up, you're welcome. While you think about your questions, I have one for you, Kathleen, because you said twice, I heard you said, let's protect the worker and not the job. I was a bit surprised before, from my perspective, that is what's already done. You can lose the job, the task, but you still, as a company, you still see, can I give something else to the worker? When we move towards a sustainable tomorrow, it also means a digital tomorrow. And that means, we have heard that yesterday, a lot more platform work, a lot more people working independently, entrepreneurs. How do you see that impacting, for example, on trade unions, and perhaps the same then also to Andrea, the role of partnerships, the role of the social partners in the future? How would that change from your perspective, from a private sector perspective?
Well, I think, of course, we need to make sure in this digitalization, and that's I think, a very good example, that we have everybody in this evolution, and that we can try to bring everybody on that boat. But I think that already the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that a lot is possible, and that we can make that shift. So I think if we did it then, I think we can do this again. It just takes another flexibility from companies, but I don't think that's something that's impossible, to be quite honest.
Andrea, do you want to comment on this? Because I heard you also like saying social partners, you can really make a change in this and you have to work. And will it still be the same roles? Will roles change? Will the challenge that they have to tackle also change the way they need to cooperate? Or do you see it continuing as it is now?
Of course, there are challenges for the social partners themselves. I just, let's say, don't see me in the position to explain to them what they have to do. But of course, we have already seen with the other transition, let's say the digital technological transition, that is becoming, of course, more difficult to do the simple job of organizing workers and employers. Let's say for unions, it's more difficult to reach out to workers that do not come at the same time in the morning, in the same locker. They dress up, they go on the factory floor, and then they have the lunch break, and then they undress. And so common places where the trade unionists could meet this person. So this, in many sectors, many service sectors, does not exist anymore. Same on the employer side, because we see many of the new platforms challenging the existing employers' organizations, bypassing them, not becoming members. But if I may, I think the examples of temporary agency work, like Adecco, Randstad, and so on, is a good example of how the model has already adapted in the past. So back in the 80s, 90s, the temporary work agencies were the Uber of today. So people saw them as something very strange, challenging the traditional work relationship, because it's a triangular relationship. So the workers is employed by the temporary work agency but works in another company. So a way to cut costs and undermine rights and bypass usual institutions and so on and so forth. So there was a strong pushback. But what the temporary work agencies at the time did was also to face the issue, face the conflict, and find themselves a solution, maybe get rid of some rotten apples in the sectors and regulate. And now, today, a temporary agency work is not a permanent job. It's not maybe as good as a job at the European Commission or elsewhere, but it's better than many other temporary forms of work, because it has been regulated, and in many countries it has been regulated through collective agreements, through social dialogue. So that's a way of, a concrete example of how things have already changed, that can change. It's difficult, there are no easy solutions every day, and new challenges arise, but certainly also for trade unions and employers, this is a challenge. Let's say the first reaction is a conservative one, let's be honest. In many cases, social partners have already called to stop, to put a brake, to slow down the transition, and so on and so forth. So this is the first reaction. But it's a reaction that exists and we need to face. But then I think they also play a role not only of talking to the policymakers, but also talking to their members, transmitting, let's say, being a chain of transmission of the changes needed, the policy choices that are made. And I think this is also a key issue in making the transition more widely, let's say, accepted and known.
And I remember that yesterday we had a discussion on Uber and how more regulated markets help them to also get organized and their voices heard as they are all platform workers. So Elisabeth, I saw that you took the mic, and when you speak, maybe you could also say the number one criterion, well-being. When you look forward to sustainable markets, what would be the two things that you think really makes it well-being? Makes it, like, how can the sustainable job of the future lead to well-being? What would it have to offer? 2 or 3 points.
Well, thanks, Kerstin. I wanted to take the floor also coming back to what you said about conflict versus consensus. And I think that really also links to the role of the social partners, as well as stakeholders at large. Because the reason that I recommended in my intervention that the Recovery and Resilience Facility is used perhaps in a more efficient way, because I think we have to realize that by now only 19% of the money under the Recovery and Resilience Facility has been used. So it means that, yes, potentially this instrument has a lot of potential, but I think the fact that a lot of stakeholders at national level are not even aware of the fact that this instrument exists, I think says it all. Because I still remember the CESI summer days last year, when of course the instrument was fairly new, and people got used of the concept and thinking about, well, how can I work with it? And I just thought it was appalling and very interesting, to say diplomatically, that a lot of the national partners active in country level had never heard of it. And I think that tells you something about the bottom-up support. And again, if we want to address conflict versus consensus, if we want to create consensus, then it needs to come also bottom-up. And I think to your question about, okay, a few criteria to ensure indeed there's a more let's say, holistic version from a policy perspective, I think it needs to become, bottom up, but also indeed the structures need to be adapted, because we know that at a European level, again, we have active labor market policies. If we link them to the RFF, if we ensure that the best social policy instrument that we have, which is the European Pillar of Social Rights, that it also really becomes a reality by implementation. Because I thought it was really interesting that you mentioned the whole sort of sustainability agenda, and you gave a few examples about also the fashion industry, because I led a debate the other day about indeed the textile strategy, where again, the political commitment at the start of the mandate of the current commission was great. I mean, the policies that have put forward, the sustainable and I think coherent textile strategy, the name is, it's another example where, again, on paper it looks good, but implementation is lacking. We saw the same this week with the nature restoration law, where, again, intentions at the start were really good, but now we're struggling already at a political level with the implementation. We're backtracking on our commitments because even political parties at European level are saying that the current policy context actually requires more of yesterday's business than a more forward-thinking vision. And I think that is a big problem. So indeed, the criteria for perhaps more successful social policies are, on the one hand, to have a bottom-up approach, involve the social partners, stakeholders at national level, so that also they can engage in discussions with citizens to again ensure that perhaps the conflict transforms perhaps in commitment and consensus. But again, that also needs to go hand in hand with the right structures that we alluded to in our comment that we wrote about the need for a president for the well-being economy. Because again, the current point in time, some people speak about wartime economy. It requires a radical way of thinking, and we need to go beyond the focus just on economic growth, and we need to make it much more inclusive to be it ready for the future.
One question, but before I'm coming back, is any question from the audience? Because I would not want, okay, yeah. Was that okay, that was a waving to someone. So anyone, okay, there are a few questions. I would want to start with Giovanna. Can we start with Joanna and then I take Hendrik? Was there someone else? Okay, there's another lady over there and two there. Okay, Joanna.
Thank you so much. I definitely see your point about implementation, Elizabeth. This is something we also talked about a lot yesterday, that implementation is really a problem. So I was wondering, if you had 10 million to invest to improve implementation on the ground, where would your money go?
And don't answer straight away. I'd like to take Hendrik and the lady from the back, and then have one round with 3 questions before we move to the next one.
Thank you very much, Hendrik Meerkamp from CESI. I have a short question also, or one question about training and retraining and upskilling, because if I see the title, Creating a Sustainable Future of Tomorrow, my biggest worry or my thought about it is that one of the biggest challenges is to accommodate these labor market disruptions that we will be facing with jobs being lost and others being created, and how do we make sure that all workers that are adversely affected will also be able to get a new job in the green economy or new position, a new job function. Sometimes I'm a bit scared of the huge challenge that we are facing there. And my question to you would be how we can really successfully operationalize this upskilling, because on the one hand, it concerns the macro level where we really need to make sure that everything moves towards upskilling, reskilling, and that there are massive investments also necessary generally. But then also it's not sufficient to just expand general IT education, for instance, because the skills actually needed for the job functions are much more specific and nuanced. So also at the micro level, there's a very detailed, tailored approach necessary. And how would you reconcile, or where do you see the roles for the different actors, from policy to social partners, unions, companies, the workers themselves? Who's in charge of what aspects of this upskilling agenda?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hendrik. And we move to the lady in the back. And then I have 3 more for the next round, so hold it.
Maybe I like your question a lot. And linked to that, in the debate, you hear the word green a lot. Green economy, green transition, green skills, green jobs. And then you also see how maybe education, or at least education, is trying to anticipate to that, and then often refer to STEM education, technical capabilities, but I'm also convinced that it takes a lot more than that. What about transversal skills, the soft skills, how to really anticipate to that and put that much more in the spotlight than it is today?
Thank you very much. So a question about where should the money go if you had the money, and a lot about upskilling and reskilling. May I ask, it's over to you to decide. May I just remind you also of time, because we have a next round of questions which I would want to take. So who would want to start?
Well, I think my short answer to your, I think, very spot-on question is about, well, the 10 million, I think that was the amount that you had, which is perhaps not even that much. So hence the dilemma I had. I would indeed put it in education. I think the sort of short answer and outcome of this panel really is about the need also to start very early on with education. Because if you realize what the kids of today need for their future, it's a very different skill set than the skills that I got when I was at school. And if you think about, for example, artificial intelligence that we have been touching on a little bit, but not really have been elaborating on, there are so many questions about whether we even can imagine which jobs are still there in 10 years' time. So I think starting really early on, and again, investing enough in education, because again, upskilling and reskilling is important, but that's already for the next stage. And I think that initial stage, where we see that also if you look at the results in Europe of the PISA outcome of education systems, the quality of education is not improving, and that is very worrying. There's a lot of divergences between kids that are, again, doing much better than others. I think that also has to do, again, with migration, cost of living, that you see really in societal parts. So I think my short answer would be education, but I'm conscious of your time, so I stop here.
Thank you. And I remember 2 CESI annual conferences that dealt with education still 2 or 3 years ago, but that was one of the topics indeed also there. Kathleen.
I'll try to be short, but it was a long question, so it's going to be difficult. And I think there are several levels to it. And I think, first of all, the first thing where we should start is the educational systems. I think already in schools, universities, etc., they should really look at what are the skills needed and play on that, and already start educating young people towards those skills. That's one thing. But then you have people already working, and I think there are several things to say there as well. I think there should be a broader collaboration between institutions like in Belgium VDIB or other organizations that can provide training to people, and especially those groups that have jobs that are at risk. And I think they should closely collaborate with companies to see what are the skills needed, and that there should be a constant evolution there. Next to that, of course, companies should keep on investing, and not only in technical skills. I totally agree that there's a huge set of social skills, of soft skills that's required as well. And I think that's where we as a company need to take our responsibility. But I think all the 3 levels are important: education, the collaboration with institutions, and then companies. I would like to make it longer, but I'm short in time.
There's still this time over lunch, I guess. You're going to stay. So don't hesitate to approach these speakers also during the breaks and to continue discussions. Andrea, you still want to
Just a quick reaction. They already said pretty much all. But first, it's not only STEM. Among the occupation most in demand because of the green transition in general, so not necessarily because there are green jobs, there is construction, many occupations of different skill level in constructions. So this mean that we have to refine our skills anticipation systems that are either lacking or of not the best quality in many OECD member states and EU member states. And then in these skills anticipation systems, we also need to focus not just the skills in demand, but also what are the obstacles for workers, people in general, and companies to do this reskilling, upskilling that we all agree about. And one of the obstacles, I think, comes not only from the worker side, but also from the employer side. We mentioned before SMEs. Let's say for big companies, training is business as usual. They do training every day. They have a rich training catalog and so on and so forth. In SMEs, many micro enterprises, training never happens. The founder of the small shop, the small boutique has always done like that forever, and he was relatively successful, so why changing? So we need to also, employers organizations need to also provide assistance and guidance and some, let's say, explanation on their members on what skills are needed. It's not just enough to plug a computer to do the digital transition. You plug the computer, you click on. No, this is not enough. Out of a computer, you can use it as a typewriter, Word, and that's it, or much more. If you have the skills, you do much more. If you don't, you just use it as a typewriter.
So, we have, super, thank you. We have 3 more contributions, briefly, and I can't take you, I'm very sorry. I'm gonna take Klaus, you had another one, and the lady in the back, and then, unfortunately, I have to close it, otherwise we are going beyond time. And we will already, so please be brief.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Question to Andrea, because it leads us back to the opening yesterday, to the opening panel. You're mentioning these 3 levels of social dialogue where they could have, let's say, influence or impacts on smooth transitions. Now imagine you're having a car factory and you say, okay, we are doing restructuring, we create somewhere a battery production plant, and you get re-employed, but 15% less. You either take it or leave. Because the question is, in these 3 models you mentioned, so design, implementation, and so on, according to your experience, what is the power game there? What is the real power also of trade unions? Social dialogue, yes, extremely useful, has to be at the center, but of course social dialogue which is true, which means also somehow an appropriate power balance. Yeah, that would be nice to hear what the OECD has on that.
Yeah, it's over to you.
Yes, thank you. I will speak after Klaus, and I think it's very good and it's important because we are all representatives of labor unions. So our first concern is people on the basis, and if we think workers these last years are in a perma crisis, we had COVID. We have the war, we have inflation, we have the green transition. Everybody believes green transition is absolutely necessary, except Mr. Trump maybe, but he's not European, so it's not a problem. Most of governments say we have to save money now, we have to be very strict on our budgets, and so on and so forth. I have a job today, but what will my job be tomorrow? So how can we as policymakers, as labor unions members, how can we take care of these people who just don't understand anything about this, who are lost, who are stressed all year long? What would be necessary to do or to accompany to help these people?
Thank you very much. And then the lady in white in the back.
Yeah, thank you. Anne Wagen for EuroHealthNet. I have a question for Elizabeth. You were advocating for a vice president on the well-being economy. I think that's interesting, but I would like to hear a little bit more about the differences, because today we already have Dombrovskis, who's responsible for an economy that works for people. Where exactly do you see the differences between what we have now and the well-being vice president? That would be really interesting to me. Thanks.
Interesting question, also because we talked about Vice President Schirners before we started today. So who wants to go first?
But maybe just a quick reaction first to the perma crisis, which is true. At the same time, I would not forget that we are experiencing record high level of employment in many European countries. Workers have never had so much power in the recent couple of decades vis-a-vis companies, especially driven, let's say, by market forces, in sense labor shortages, people being able to quit, to negotiate better working conditions, higher salaries. So we do see that, even though, of course, all what you said is true. But as always, let's say the situation is more nuanced. So on the one hand, workers are stronger. On the other hand, they face the challenges that you said, and how to address that. Indeed, as per the question, you need, let's say, I told you what can be done and examples of what has been done in the past, institutions that exist in some countries. But indeed, you need first a framework that allows this. We were discussing before the coffee that I was making the point that, yeah, the OECD goes beyond the EU, but it's true that, let's say, social dialogue is essentially a European feature, is not even a word that is understood in American English. And there exists some example in Japan, Korea, but let's say, of course, it's not exactly the same as in Europe. So you need a framework that I think the European Commission is proposing and remarkably putting forward high in the agenda differently from the past, that requires rules, but also requires practices. And that's a bit the challenge, in the sense that you cannot impose dialogue where it never existed, or dialogue where there is no practice and tradition. So we cannot all become Sweden from one day to another, and I think we should not even become Sweden. But there can be conditions, but it will require time for the actors to get to know each other. And of course, in terms of power politics and power games, there is an issue of membership, and so there's clearly a challenge for the unions, in the sense unions to be able to wait at the negotiating table, they need to have, let's say, somewhat strong membership and strong arguments. I think it goes through the direct membership, but also in general the ability of organizing workers. If you take, and I close, but just if you take the French unions, the membership is very low. It's one of the lowest in OECD countries, one of the lowest in the EU. Yet, you can see from the news, they are not so weak. So it goes through different channels, and I think there it requires a little bit of creativity. Again, it's not up to me. I'm not a trade union. I'm not in the life of a trade union, but I do see examples of organizing workers also that are very different from the typical manufacturing factory workers. So I think it's possible, but of course it requires some creativity.
Thank you very much, and I know you want to answer, and I would ask you to be brief in the interest of time, because we also have a video still to be shown.
I knew that you're going to say that, so I try to be brief. I think very short. The vice president that works for people still focuses much too much only on work. And we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, if people cannot work because of their health, that has a lot of economic impact as well. And therefore, indeed, a much more holistic vision that indeed also involves health, mental health, the environmental factors also, again, the interlinkage, the intersection between health, the environment, and other parts of the economy, that is needed. Because health is, for example, now part of the vice president responsible for the European way of life. And with all due respect, I never believed that was a very strong competence. So I think if we change that title and again have a much more holistic vision on how work links to other parts of the economy, to people's well-being, I think that would be a really good starting point for the change that we need to trickle down.
Thank you. Kathleen, you have the final word.
Yeah, I'll make it short as well. I just want to jump on the worry about the workers, I would say, and I think there are three keywords in this, and that's communications, transparency, and accessibility, because there's a lot available, also support for people, training for people, but I don't think that people always know it exists or how to access it, and I think there's a big role, and that's also a role that HR providers can play, but I think it's all about those three key things, amongst others, but... yeah.
Thank you so much. And I think the three criteria that you have just given, then to me sound like the basis for what a European citizen, our visual designer, has made out of your discussions, means the basis for sustainable transitions at work, for ensuring that we do have social dialogue in sustainable transitions, and then also the recommendations, of course, how do we get there? Think about multi-stakeholder, engage the stakeholders, attract and retain skills, more holistic planetary health approach, governance pointing at Vice President for Wellbeing. Let's see what comes out of the next European elections in a year's time. When we meet again, we may know. So this is what Joyce has made out of the discussion. Thank you very much, Joyce. Wellbeing is also about sports. That is why I would ask you to kindly help me now. We have 3 people getting off the stage and 2 more coming on the stage for the next discussion. And in the meantime, we look at the video that CESI has created for this topic that we would want to share with you. Thank you very much. Nicola and Sarah, would you please join me on stage? So I have with me now Sarah Reynaudo, chair of the CESI working group on future of the work, and Nicola Engelbart, who is the advisor to the German Civil Service Federation, DBB, Deutscher Beamtenbund. Thank you very much for joining me, and we'll talk a bit quicker now because we have a bit less time. However, we have already touched on the topic we going to discuss now, which are the expectations from the private sector towards the public and vice versa. And perhaps let me start with a very general question. In an ideal world, and of course, you know, worlds are very seldom ideal, but in an ideal world, what would be those expectations? And maybe you can just give 2 or 3 and then we'll dive a bit deeper. Sarah, you want to start?
Yes, I'll go first. Right, in an ideal work, it would be a work where the public and the private sector are joined together as drivers of transition. And that would mean, obviously, working with companies and investing in the right areas. That would be important to have lots of jobs, new jobs, but also for those people who jobs are going to be lost to be maintained as well. We talked a lot about upskilling and reskilling, but we also have to think of where are those people who are going to be reskilled and upskilled are going to work. Because right at this moment in time, those skills are not even in the region, let alone in the town they're working in right now. So we'll have to think about, are they going to have to move, housing, everything. So it is truly thinking about a social revolution. So be aware of the risk, manage the risk, and strive towards a better society as a whole.
Yes, in this case, I have to absolutely agree with you.
I hope we can also disagree at once.
No. I didn't want to say that. In an ideal world, I think there is a great collaboration and cooperation within the two sectors to have this big goal we can achieve together. And to have the opportunity to share best practices, how to achieve this goal, how we can secure jobs, how we can create new sustainable jobs, and like you said, upskilling and reskilling and offering the opportunity of further education for the workers is a really important fact that we have to work on, and in the best case, together.
We said in an ideal world, and I said the world is less ideal very often. When I look at Brussels and Brussels debate, something that I often hear is that there's too much lobbying from private companies. So what you are suggesting is, let's public and private sector work closely together and jointly drive towards it. Isn't that dangerous for trade unions? Imagine if company owners and public service means policymakers would jointly want to develop what they feel is best. What does it mean for trade unions?
We would have to be part of the agreement, I think.
Ideal world.
That will go beyond saying, but yes. What I think there will have to be actually agreements that have social responsibility clauses, and that would mean that trade unions should be involved, so representation should be involved. And as Kathleen was saying as well, it should be a very much bottom-up approach. We have to have general objectives that we have right now, which is very good, but everything is happening at local level. If the local level is not aware of what is going on, not aware of the partnership that they can get with the public sector, what sort of agreements they could have with the trade unions to make sure that resources go towards job creating, reskilling, upskilling, we're not going to move forward. So that is what at European and national level needs to be understood.
Nicolas, do you see that as, when you look at the landscape of trade unions, private sector, public sector joining hands, would it mean that also trade unions need to organize themselves differently?
No, not at all. It is the most important thing is that trade unions are all the way within the process. So it is important that the social aspect isn't thrown under the bus by all this, by this transition, by the green transition. So we have to keep in mind that no one is left behind, and that means the employees from the public sector as well as the employees from the private sector.
I've seen in CESI's video again, job security big on the screen. And when I remember discussions yesterday, I also heard someone saying today, workers are more in the driving seats themselves now. Then we've talked about platform work. We know digitalization will bring different forms of work. So is job security, when you look at the green transition, for you an opportunity or a challenge? Where do you see it moving?
For me, it is a little bit of both, to be honest. But I see it, job security as not, keeping the same job for a very long period of time. Job security is more being able to move from one job to another, maybe not lose my money towards my pension scheme, make sure that my wage is either stable or moving forward, not being forced to being in a job that gives me less money because I'm obliged to. So it is a challenge in a way that it involves a strong social protection schemes, but it is an opportunity because it will give that flexibility also for workers and to sort of self-realize, towards the future and be more agile and flexible in the world of work that is going to be more flexible.
Well, I agree. It's a challenge and an opportunity. We have to make sure that, we have to be clear about the fact that not all jobs they are right now can be there in like 10 or 20 years. So we have to prepare the workers, the employees for that case. We have to make sure that we are ready as trade unions, and we have to face the challenge. So be best prepared is like the only way.
I open up to the audience. If you have questions, feel free. I have more, but I also want to make sure that if you want, you come in. So I keep mine and take you in front, then Klaus and Henrik.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Roos Wouters, and I'm from a trade union, but a modern trade union. And one of the things I wonder about is how is the transition of trade unions working with the self-employed? Because in the Netherlands, they are very anti-self-employment and anti the way younger people or most people are going to work. So I think this is a transition that's still, well, not happening fast enough.
Interesting question, which was on my list. So, Klaus?
Yes, sorry, but I find it quite interesting, this this setup. Sarah, you represent the automotive sector in Italy. You're going to the local administration, and Nicolas is sitting there. I mean, you mentioned some of the points already. What would you expect for him to do, or to what should he be guaranteeing for? Nicolas, what would you expect in return from Sarah and the private sector and the, let's say, maybe very well off, maybe very well earning companies in the automotive sector? That's for me quite interesting to see what would be the really respective expectations there. Thank you.
And while you ponder on it, we have, with a very brief question, Henrik.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry for another question, but I also think it's an interesting setting we are having there with the reconciliation of the cooperation of the private and public sector, and I think one key issue also of the future green economy will be how the jobs that will be created will be protected. Will they be precarious jobs? Will they be protected rather well? And there's my question, because in general, of course, the public sector is still more protected in terms of job security, in terms of social protection than the private sector. So my question to Sarah is, do you think the public sector can be a bit of a role model to strive for? And the reverse question to Nicolas, do you think it's worth supporting the private sector in achieving decent, good working conditions? Because otherwise also maybe then the pressure to water down employment conditions in the public sector may one day also be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are more questions, indicate them to me, okay? And I'll take your next round, but I keep it for the next round. Over to you.
Oh, okay. Do you want to start?
Who?
Yeah, I can. So, like I said, there is, in my opinion, a big need of a good collaboration and cooperation between the two sectors. So we have to make platforms that give us a chance to have a good exchange of practices for gaining how to gain the big goal of the green transition, and only with a best practice like we have in the public sector already a little bit, but over the sector we can have a good chance to achieve our goal together.
Okay.
I'll try. Okay. On the first one for the self-employed and what to do to protect them, I think one of the mistakes that trade unionists did is approach them in a traditional way. That means to put them back into a different position. Those self-employed or half-employed people, they actually, most of them, enjoy that sort of flexibility. So us as trade union, the way that we can protect them is actually truly understand their needs instead of like setting them back into a group which they're not part of. So I think that is one of the mistakes that trade unionists did, because people, when they actually start a job, even if it is self-employed, and they have the same sort of problems, that they will come together eventually, and then they might create a new trade union. So because that is what is happening right now. So if we've done that from the beginning, sort of understand more their needs, which is our jobs. Our jobs is to represent their needs, is not to put our thought into their work and shape them. So that would be the answer to your question for Klaus. What I would expect from the local community is to understand the businesses that live in that local community and make sure that they thrive. If I have a region when I know I have a strong company, for example, in the automotive sector that is producing cars, I would have to make sure that I put my resources into training, my students and the kids and the community into those sort of jobs, that I make sure that company can get new clean energy. So with my power in my region, what sort of energy could get to that company, and make sure that the infrastructure for that can get to that company to produce in a greener way is plausible, and it is possible. So that is what I mean when you create a partnership. It's to actually make sure map out what my companies are at local level, and when I come to you to get help, I come to you with a need of, I need these skills, I need these people, I need that type of infrastructure. I would expect local communities to respond to that. And for what Hendrik was saying as well, public as a role model, yes, in a way, but not completely, because what made the private sector strive and respond actually quicker to the transition is the fact that we are more agile. We're more agile and more creative in the way we think, in the way we then get into action, and that it's a great thing, but it's also a great risk, which is what the public sector does not have. We are more risk-taking because we pay the bigger price from those actions, and that is a fact. So it comes at a cost, the agility and the flexibility that the private sector has. But what I would expect is that the public sector might become more agile as well, in the way they could make things simpler for companies as well. I'm not talking about bureaucracy and all the paperwork that sometimes we have to do as companies, and we lose a lot of hours. Losing hours, it means losing money. And I think what the public sector could get from the private sector is the knowledge and the science and the technology that sometimes is a little bit forward.
What I would hope from the public sector is that we have our role model as one of, in Germany at least, the public sector is one of the biggest employers, and so we have the big task to be a role model for all of the other companies in the country to achieve the best transition goals in the nearest time.
Thank you very much. We have one question over there. Any other questions? Okay, then we take that question. I would have one, and then we close the discussion. The microphone over there.
Yes, hello. I wanted to ask the question at the last panel, but now when I heard that Sarah is working for a union and focused on car factories, I think it's right here as well, because I do the same for a German labor union. And we're doing workshops with companies, especially with the supply chain companies, not with the car companies, but with the suppliers. And I think a big problem is that during the last decades, they all become such lean. They just have the minimum of people, and if they have more to do, they go to companies like Adecco and hire some workers for a period of time. But during this decade, they lose exactly this potential they need now. They lose people that have the time to lean back, to be creative, and especially they lose the potential to train, because they simply don't have the time to train. Even if the workers wants to, or the human resource wants to, the meisters, the leaders, they don't let them go because they need them at work. And we just did a study that said, like, together with the owners and so on, and everybody agreed, like, it's so important that they transfer the knowledge from the old people to the young people, because in the transition we exactly need this knowledge, but it's simply not possible because there's no time. Everybody have to work till the end of his work life. How can we change this?
Thank you very much for that. And let me add one, and I think we're going to come to that also in the workshops. And I remember the EPC has done a project on that, which is the sustainable future, the green transition or the double transition, and the question of social security systems. We have heard a lot about demographic change, platform work, skills, the fact that employability is more the flavor of the day than employment. So what would you say, like private, public sector, with regard to collaboration? Perhaps an expectation from the side of a citizen is, couldn't there be closer cooperation between both of them to ensuring that workers do have social protection at the end of their working life? So over to the two of you for a final round.
Okay. Well, I share the same challenges that you do. So it is a challenge that we have to face, which is why even in last year in the summer days, one thing that we talked about is pace. The pace of the transition that has moved too fast. To be honest, in the Green Deal, I would have thought about the Critical Raw Material and the Net Zero Industry Act before putting on a ban, because we should have thought about it beforehand. So think about getting the resources first to make the transition, then think about banning fossil fuels and cars that we're still building right now. And there has been right now a big rush towards the electric car because it is the only source of energy that is vastly available to everyone. Because there are lots of differentiated energy sources, but they're not available to everyone. That is why companies had made huge amount of investments in the electric change and of all the supply chain as well. But that meant that a lot of less components are needed to build a car, which is leading right now to lots of loss of jobs in all of the supply chains, companies that supply for the big car companies, and that has been a huge mistake from the part of the policymakers, because they didn't have the impact strategy, or they were not aware of the huge impact that they were going to make in such a short period of time.
Okay. Nicolas.
Well, I would suggest for a good collaboration, and what we as a DBB want is a climate council on the national level, which looks exactly how the public and the private sector gains and how they implement the measurements of the green transition. And they have the same rules and they have the same gains. So there is like a third instance which looks over both of them. That could be helpful.
Thank you very much. Let's look at what a European citizen, the visual designer, has made out of the debate. The car has stayed with us, not sure, as a sustainable tool of the future, driving the transition together, public and private sector, create partnerships, more focus on training, and then, of course, public sector role modeling in job protection, ? We are more agile. So I think that is something we can take forward in our discussion also this afternoon. Agility is an important element in the sustainable transition. Thank you very much to both of you already. And now we move to our coffee break. However, beforehand, I want to inform you about the upcoming workshops. So at 12, we have a new round of workshops, shifting the focus to workers. The first workshop is with led by the European Commission, Frank Siebern. Where is he? Frank? There is Frank, okay. Frank is the head of the unit for fair, green and digital transition, and he will lead a workshop in this room, which is called the Fair Deal for Workers, How Will the EU Ensure Just Transition? Please remember what we said yesterday. If you don't have a ticket for one of the two other workshops downstairs, come here. There will be space here for you to discuss. The two other workshops are from the EPC, led by Lara René and Tommaso Grossi, who is over there. And it will be downstairs. The topic is on sustainable safety net, how to prepare our social protection systems for the future. So I mentioned the project. And then the third workshop is reshaping work, Giovanna, I assume, jointly with KLM. Tristan Macking, are you in the room? There's Tristan, super. So it's a joint workshop of reshaping work and KLM on synchronizing the clocks of green and digital transition with workers at heart. For now, I wish you an excellent coffee break. And then at 12 o'clock, you will hear the bell. Please move to your workshops. And we meet afterwards at 1 o'clock for a wrap-up. Enjoy your coffee. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
My name is Frank Siebern-Thomas. I'm head of unit in the European Commission, DG Employment Social Affairs, and a unit dealing with fair transitions in particular. As colleagues like Andrea from the OECD or others this morning already discussed, the Commission has done some work to put in place what I would like to call a just transition framework. And maybe to present you a bit what work we have undertaken these last years to assess employment social impacts, what evidence we have, what evidence gaps we have identified on the way, and maybe also shortly the Just Transition framework that we have put in place. My Director General, Joost Korte, yesterday already referred to this and to other policy instruments. I have not participated, unfortunately, in the workshops yesterday afternoon, so I'm not sure exactly what the format was or what the outcome is. Maybe after a short introduction, you can interrupt me any time, or if I'm saying things which are clear to all of you, or which I've seen yesterday, I'll jump. I'm happy to improvise here. But otherwise, I would probably suggest that we go back on the first part, the evidence, the employment impacts. There's certainly a need for better understanding of what the impacts, employment impacts on skill requirements, but also distributional impacts of the policy-led green transition are, as was mentioned before. But second, mainly then probably invite your feedback or reactions to what I would like to call this Just Transition framework. How far have we got from your point of view? What is in place, or what do you think, in view also of other suggestions we've heard this morning for new institutional structures, for well-being, or just transition, or others? What would you expect, or where do you think our ambitions need to go further, in particular, obviously, from a perspective of workers and their impact? Let me start with the EU perspective, and I show you a few slides just to summarize maybe the main question, the evidence base, as I said, and the political background as we see it. You're all well aware, it was mentioned already, that the Paris Agreement, the European Green Deal, set ambitious climate goals, in particular the goal of climate neutrality by 2050 and emission reductions of at least 55% by 2030. Those are enshrined in law, in the European climate law, and make them legally binding for the EU and for its member states. So we consider this transition as irreversible, as responding to the scientific evidence and the urgency we see to address the issue, but in a way, and that is the point mentioned here, the imperative for just transition, in a way that is socially acceptable, just, fair, perceived as fair, as this is the only way we can make this transition happen. We have to integrate the social employment impacts and concerns from the outset, not as an afterthought. That cannot work to implement the transition. There's also the open question, there was probably the debate on well-being, whether there's a way to decouple completely production or economic growth from emissions. That's an open discussion. Some progress was made. Yes, there was economic growth as measured by standard indicators with reduced emissions, but there's an open discussion, and maybe a critical one, whether full decoupling is possible, or whether we do not need also to look at many other issues, including the transition towards a well-being economy, as foresees the European Environmental Action Plan, and let's say also measures to promote demand reduction and sufficiency, or other behavioral changes of producers and consumers in the economy. It's important that to recognize that neither it was mentioned before, the benefits nor the costs and the impacts will be equally distributed. They are unequally distributed across sectors, across regions, across people, across population and income groups, and this has to be taken into account in the transition. I would like to highlight two more findings which I think are important to underline the urgency of just transition, which is the report of the IPCC of 22, which highlighted yet again that we are not on track to meet the 1.5 degree target to limit global warming to this. And it stated that without immediate and deep emissions reductions across all sectors, this target is beyond reach. So if we do not accelerate our ambitions to do this and to, let's say, put in place such emission reductions across all sectors of economy and society, then the report said the only way out would be massive social and societal transformations. I think that's the strong plea for just transitions here, because this is a scenario nobody wants to see. This is a scenario which is out of control, which cannot be managed, and which would be a disruptive one. So therefore, just transition is a key element of shaping and managing the transition in a socially fair and acceptable way. And another finding is from the World Inequality Lab in Paris, but also the IPCC, finding on carbon inequalities in the world and within our societies. And those reports have stated that for the first time in history, now we see a situation where carbon inequalities within countries account for more of total inequalities than carbon inequalities across countries, which means the just transition dimension has two aspects. It obviously has an aspect of social, international fairness and solidarity, yes, because there are differences in our emission levels, consumption levels across countries. Also a debate on historical responsibilities, obviously, but in all countries, the carbon inequalities within their economies and societies are growing. So we believe, although I present you what the European answer is, this is informative also for other partners in the world, and if there's time, we can also go back to the international dimension, it was already mentioned before, where we are also active to promote just transitions at the global level. Coming to the employment and social skills aspects, many things probably were mentioned before. According to our analyses and impact assessments, there's a job creation potential to create net job gains. The number depends on the scenarios, but of at least 1 to 2.5 million additional jobs in due by 2030. Maybe up to 1 million additional ones in circular economy alone, up to 500,000 in net zero clean tech industries, supported by the new Net Zero Industry Act as well, in the manufacturing sector and others. But those gains are unevenly distributed. They happen in a context, as was mentioned, of increasing labor and skill shortages, including in key sectors for the green transition, construction or others. And for example, there are many structural barriers we have to take into account. For example, the female workforce in renewable energy sectors currently accounts for only 20 to 30% of the workforce. So there is certainly potential to increase integration and workforce diversity there as well. And we also see, this was discussed this morning, everyone agrees we have the European Year of Skills that we need to increase reskilling, upskilling and accelerate this. However, we are probably not yet out of the pandemic. The pandemic has led to a drop in the provision of training, including in key sectors for the green transition. And today, for example, we see that the rates of adult education and training in energy-intensive industries stood at only 10% in 22, so only 1 out of 10 workers on average gets training, and this is not in line with the own ambitions we have given us under the European Pillar of Social Rights, that at least 60% of Europeans, 6 out of 10 should benefit from training every year by 2030, but also probably not in line with the challenges of the transition, because we know we will phase out certain sectors, extractive industries, there will be job losses, but more importantly, there are significant restructuring challenges and changes in energy-intensive industries, the automotive value chain and many others, which need to be managed. You know that better than I do, but let's say for this, obviously, retraining, reskilling, upskilling on the job is important. And third, there's job creation potential in many new sectors of the so-called green economy, circular economy, but also construction, energy, and other sectors where we are sure that they will gain employment. And you see on the right side also, you can have similar figures by region, that there are obviously divergences across the union. So you have here the darker countries as those with higher employment shares in energy-intensive industries for regions as well. Germany certainly is one, but also others, Czech Republic, Poland, and a lot of Central and Eastern European countries in particular. And I would like to show you one last map, let's say. That's work done by our colleagues at the Joint Research Center in Sevilla. They have do modeling, and they model also the employment potential of the green transition. They do this at quite a detailed regional level, and they have looked in particular what is the employment creation potential of renewable energy, of a wind, solar energy production. This is the upper chart maps, the brownish ones, and the blue ones are on onshore wind renewable energy production. So you see that the darker regions here are those which have the highest job creation potential in those renewable sectors. And obviously in the discussion of what a just transition is, including at regional level, we need to take into account the specificities of each region. Each region finds itself faced to a specific set of opportunities, job creation potential here, but also challenges and job losses. And the encircled regions, for example, are those which will lose jobs, in particular due to the phasing out of fossil fuel industries. And we had that discussion before. In some cases, the jobs may be where let's say jobs are being phased out in other industries, the new jobs. In others, there may be differences. And this obviously has to be taken into account in the management of these funds. The Just Transition Fund or other instruments which have been put in place to support this. A second point on the evidence I would like to say, and you probably have seen that before, we did a Eurobarometer, because obviously there are anxieties and concerns, but also hopes regarding the perspectives of the green transition. We carried out a survey last year among Europeans, and you see that Europeans largely agree on the need for a just transition, 90%. But when they are asked, are you confident that we can reach this target by 2050, that we can reach let's say to put in place, to have in place by 2050 sustainable energy products and services that are affordable to everyone, then you do have actually a majority that is not confident. And this is a challenge we have to take into account. We need to make sure that the people can see real benefits, can see positive impacts that can be also co-benefits like discussed this morning on health, for example, environmental improvement and others. But let's say we need to create certainty, obviously, for businesses, an enabling framework which allows them to restructure and to change their business models, but also for citizens. Citizens have to have a certain certainty that this transition will happen and can lead to the expected outcomes. This survey has, and I probably don't go into detail into all these figures, it's public, I can show with you the links, has more findings also on, do you see a personal responsibility for contributing to the green transition? 70% of Europeans say, I feel a personal responsibility to act to limit climate change, and 72% agree that they could do more personally than they are currently doing now. But you also see people are frightened by the impacts of climate change policies, yes, concerned, but people are also frightened by climate change on the left. So obviously it's important from our point of view that inaction is not an option, because not doing anything risks leading to climate change impacts which will hit the most vulnerable in society hardest. They are the ones who are affected more by climate change, frequent weather effects, floodings, pollution, or other effects. And they are also the ones, if we manage the policies in a fair way, who would benefit most from the transition. But obviously the effects take time, and also the costs, investments take time, and this is something we need to discuss. People were asked, do you believe that, what are the job effects? So a majority of around 60% of Europeans think that climate change policies can create good quality jobs and can create more jobs than they will destroy. Again, this will not happen automatically. It only happens if we put the right accompanying policies, employment policies, skill policies, but also social protection and other policies providing access to essential services for all, for example, into place. When they are asked in what type of job they would like to be, 55% in the center of Europeans state that they would like to be in a job. It's important for them to be in a job that contributes to advancing the green transition, the green economy. Only 1/3 currently think they are in such a job, so there's potential for more, and particularly young people in many member states highlight their wish to work in such jobs, sustainable jobs. But on the other hand, you see that at least 38%, for 38 to 46% on the upper left are not sure they have the right skills to do this. They have the right skills to be in such jobs. And the last slide from this Eurobarometer, we also asked questions, what kind of policies would you support? What kind of policies should the European Union foster, or should member states foster, companies involved in? So you see here support for all the policy proposals that were made in the survey. In particular, 90% support increasing countries' investments into public infrastructure, and also to compensate and help people financially who cannot afford the initial investments or high energy prices, and especially help poorer and more vulnerable households. 87% say it's important to also encourage private companies to do more, maybe through rules and incentives, to do more to reduce their emissions faster, switch their production methods, become more circular and sustainable, but also to retrain their workforce. Still 70% support taxing products and services, so tax increases, and redistribute the revenues to the poorest and vulnerable households. And even 62% said they would be in favor of allocating a quota of energy to each citizen. That's something to be discussed. There's currently no policy proposals in that area, but this is being discussed in some fora if this could be done to incentivize policy making. I don't know if you want to interrupt now, already react now, otherwise I will try to wrap up with 2 slides on the policy framework, recalling that the Green Deal is a massive transformation agenda of the economy, which cuts across all policy areas, so energy, obviously, housing, but also food, environmental policies, mobility, and many others. And the just transition aspects, attention to social dimension, social and employment impacts is important in all of those. To put in place in particular to enable Europe to reach its more ambitious target to reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030, the Commission in 2021 has put in place probably the biggest legislative package it has ever presented, the so-called Fit for 55 package. It's more than 20 initiatives which set price signals, which set rules, but which also set new targets. For example, they introduce a new emissions trading scheme for housing and transport, which does have direct price effects on households. And there's much debated I think in all of your member states. It has put in place new rules. The ban of cars was mentioned before. The Commission is not, or the proposals are not banning cars as of now. There's a transition built in, obviously, but the rules are changing, for example, as regards CO2 standards for cars, and the proposal to phase out combustion engines, or let's say have those engines only with alternative fuels which meet the emission reduction standards. And last but not least, we have increased our targets to roll out renewables much faster, to increase energy efficiency of our homes. In all of those more than 20 initiatives, the Commission always has to prepare impact assessments, and the issue of what are the social impacts, what's the fairness impact, and so on, should be addressed in those proposals. For example, the Commission has recognized that the new emissions trading scheme, which will be introduced as of 2028, has price impacts, significant price impacts in households, and has regressive impacts. It hits the poorer income groups more than the others, because those spend relatively more of their income on housing and on transport than others. And it therefore has suggested, as part of the package, to set up a social climate fund, which uses part of the new revenues from the emissions trading scheme to support financially the most vulnerable households, transport users, and micro-enterprises. Similarly, in other aspects, for example, when it comes to the standards for cars and vans, there will be a review of the impacts this has on employment and on social impacts in a few years' time, and so social impacts are taken into account. But when the first package of the part of the Fit for 55 package was presented in July 21, the accompanying communication recognized that the effects go much beyond, that there are broader employment and social impacts of climate policies, which need to be addressed at all levels to ensure a just transition. And therefore we have put in place, and I jumped to that slide, a council proposal for a council recommendation on fair transition, as we call it, which tries to give guidance to member states on how they could address these employment and social impacts also in their national and regional policies, always together with social partners. That's mentioned in the recommendation. And my Director General yesterday referred to this by saying it's not legally binding, true, but it's the best we have, it's the best we could do given let's say the treaty or the competence framework under which we are working, and we have to make sure to put this into place now. And this is what we're working on. So this is a proposal we made in December 21. It was negotiated in the first half of 22, adopted by all member states. So all member states committed to this. And we are now working with the member states and want to also involve social partners, civil society at large in the implementation on how to put this in practice. It's a broad recommendation. So it says that all member states should put in place policy packages which address the challenges of the green transition in those 4 areas: active support to quality employment. The new jobs should be good jobs. I hope, ideally, the OECD showed that there are challenges, ideally paying as well as previous ones and having good quality. These are issues to be addressed. In the circular economy, current figures in waste management, for example, show that these are sectors which are often not well paid and have also health and safety hazards. So there we need to take action. Second one, skills, obviously. Third one, fair tax benefit systems and social protection systems are part of just transition policies. We need to accompany workers who have to change jobs, change tasks, or go from one job to the next in that process by reskilling, upskilling, as was mentioned before, by providing access to new employment opportunities, but also by providing income security, income support throughout this period. And last but not least, there has to be access to essential services, notably energy, mobility, including alternative forms of mobility, transport, and others. The other parts which were mentioned here, and I will jump to this, is we are saying this has to be obviously evidence-based. We have to make good use of the various financial instruments which are there to help, and a lot of money is available in the Recovery Resilience Fund, where some funds can be used to support also green skills, the cohesion funds, including the European Social Fund Plus, but also the dedicated funds I mentioned, the Just Transition Fund or the new Social Climate Fund, which will start in 2026, 2 years before the new emissions trading scheme. So all of those, there's a lot of financial support available. But in addition, what's important is the whole of economy, whole of society approach, which means we need to include everyone in the design, the implementation, and the monitoring of just transition policies at all levels. And I probably would like to close with this slide, given the role of the social partners in this context. So obviously, social dialogue here is at the heart, in general, of our policies, the social market economy, all actions under the European Pillar of Social Rights, which we are taking to strengthen social Europe overall. There was a directive for fair minimum wages at European level. There's an action plan to strengthen the social economy, also for the fair transition. There's a proposal to improve working conditions of platform workers. So there are many general proposals to strengthen social Europe, which also pay off in the green transition. But more specifically here in the context, we want to involve social partners in all of these actions. There are social dialogue committees at European level who engage in these areas, and some have started or announced their intention to negotiate a just transition framework for their sector. The electricity sector has developed a position paper, and also the gas sector, for example, wants to go forward. It's important to involve social partners in company-level anticipation of change and management of restructuring. The Council recommendation literally refers to the full and meaningful involvement of social partners in these processes. Social partners have a key role for labor market and skills, intelligence, and partnerships. The Commission puts in place many skills partnerships at sector level or for ecosystems, where the social partners, all actors on the ground, should define what are the skill needs of the future. It's not the European level who knows this best. We have modeling, we have some skills intelligence tools, but obviously a bottom-up approach involving the partners and asking them what is needed, what do you think are the skills and the challenges needs to be put in place and is being put in place. There are I'm not sure I have the right figure, but I think some 18 skill partnerships in place for specific sectors partnerships, including in the renewables sector, for example, and commitments in those areas to train, retrain at least 10 million Europeans. And last but not least, it's important to involve social partners in the follow-up. And there are a lot of actions going on at European level. I only mention two. The European Economic and Social Committee has issued a report on green collective bargaining, proposing, in cooperation with the upcoming Spanish presidency, a framework to green collective bargaining, as it were. We may want to discuss what that could mean. Or the European Parliament is working on an own initiative report on job creation and just transition, where it also makes a number of proposals, for example, to consider setting up just transition plans at sector or company level, and which, for example, could define also skill targets. There was a question before, how can one ensure training, for example, in the automotive sector? This is one proposal which is being made in this context. And I'll stop with a reference on the right side. There are a lot of plans, governance processes in place at European level where the context wants to encourage the involvement of social partners and civil society also at large. So member states, for example, in the context of the Just Transition Plan and cohesion policy, have to set up territorial just transition plans in which they have to lay out their strategies. Social partners should be part of setting up those plans and to be consulted. There's a plan called Repower EU after the start of the war in Ukraine to accelerate the green transition, to accelerate the rollout of renewables. And this allows, for example, member states to add a new chapter to their recovery and resilience plans. And one chapter, it's called Repower EU chapter, which includes a specific focus on skills if they want. They have additional means used for supporting reskilling, upskilling. In the context of the National Energy Union, member states have to submit every 5 years so-called national energy and climate plans. The first plans were issued 5 years ago. The updates are due today. I don't know if all member states will send them by today, but the updated draft reports come in. The Commission will assess those. Just to say, for those, the Commission has given guidance to ask member states to intensify their assessment of just transition employment skills aspect in these plans, and to say what the impact of the energy transition is on skill needs, for example. And last but not least, also for the new Social Climate Fund, member states will need to come up with plans. This will include, in particular, they have to identify who are the vulnerable groups, who are vulnerable households, transport users, and micro-enterprises. How many people are affected by energy poverty or transport poverty, and what measures could be put in place to address this. And most importantly, the Social Climate Fund also allows for direct income support to those groups to support the transition. And this has to be also, they have to argue how this links, or to explain how long this direct income support is needed until investments in renewables or energy efficiency or other measures kick in. Because the issue obviously is, as we see in the many debates, that replacing mobility solutions, replacing energy efficient solutions, heating at home and so on is costly, takes time. And this needs to be, let's say, financed through the process until hopefully renewable energy in the future leads us back to cheaper energy. I would like to conclude with one point which was made before on the price effects. That's a challenging one, but just to say that not all price effects we are seeing are a consequence of the energy transition. On the contrary, one could argue that had we been faster, we would have been less vulnerable, and probably the price increases in energy would have been lower than we have seen. So we now have to square this circle and at the same time support the high energy prices while accelerating our transition and gaining strategic autonomy and accelerating the green transition. Sorry for dumping a lot of material on you, but with this, this is, I think, I would like to stop here. Maybe what we see as the main just transition framework we have put in place, and we now want to work on the implementation. We will have a thematic review with member states in the Employment and Social Protection Committee in autumn this year to have a first exchange. What have you done to implement this recommendation? And we will set up also, let's say, tools to exchange best practices, to exchange evidence, and to discuss also with the social partners and civil society. And last but not least, there was a question on what would you do if you have 10 million. We had last year 12 million. We have decided to launch a call for proposals for social innovations for fair transition. So we have asked social economy actors, social partners, small companies, local communities to say, develop ideas, please design ideas you want to test, to pilot. How can you put in place a fair transition on the ground? We are now in the process of signing those grant agreements, some 20, and the projects will kick off soon. Some look at reskilling, upskilling, others look at changing behavior and so on. All of this is public, and so we hope that this brings back ideas from the ground which can be scaled up in policy making, and we're happy to share those with you and to involve you in those as well. And if we have more money in the future, we'll probably do more of those. So I think I'll stop here. And with this, I invite you for reactions or for comments, questions as you wish, and maybe for ideas if you think that we have done enough, or that we could have done better, or that there's more we could do in the future.
Yes, so thank you for the presentation. It's clear the framework, a lot of tools and very complex, like a lot of solutions. My question is, and also I really appreciate the map that you showed from your colleagues in Sevilla to see how the wind and also in the different region we will have this transition. I'm from Poland, so I was very happy to see also the specific parts of Poland where are really a concern in Poland. Yeah. So the question is really about the Just Transition Fund. The question is if the Just Transition Fund is part of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, or it is separate or inside first, and second, how it is working, how who is activating it, how we can trade unions also, or our trade unions at the national level can somehow be part of this, or like, yeah, exactly, how is the mechanism working for the specific parts and so on. So thank you very much.
Okay. We can collect more questions if you have more, or reactions.
Well, thanks a lot for your interesting presentation. I think perhaps to start with, for the sort of message of hope, perhaps, that you showed from the commitment of European citizens to the green transition. Because I think this morning we also said that perhaps at the moment we're more in crisis mode and we are sometimes lacking the consensus. So in that respect, I thought that was a really interesting takeaway. My question is more about the territorial dimension that you mentioned, because what I find interesting also when it comes to the future of these big European programs like the Cohesion Fund, but also about the rest of the RFF, because we know that the RFF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, will be ended by 2026. And the philosophies of these big programs are very different, because the RFF is much more top-down, whereas the cohesion funds are much more bottom-up. And I really thought that the graphs that you showed with indeed the inequality at different national levels, and indeed the consequences for certain sectors and certain parts of Europe that will be lagging behind much more than others, is very important when it comes to future policy making. So how do you reconcile the, let's say, more top-down versus the bottom-up approach of the cohesion funds? And where do you see the future of the cohesion funds going in that respect?
Okay.
Yes, my question is more, I think, general, not purely territorial, but regarding the Green Deal itself and this whole presentation, Like theoretically speaking, although we label it as a just or a fair transition, I think it's important also to acknowledge that every policy creates certain winners and certain losers, right? So obviously we have to portray it as something that we will try to make as fair as possible, but it doesn't really change the fact that there will be sectors that will benefit greatly and there will be sectors that will basically be annihilated. And also, we've seen it create a lot of internal contradictions. For example, let me give an example from the agricultural sector, right? Where on one hand, we're telling our farmers that they have to reduce their cattle and livestock farms, while on the other hand, we're importing a lot of stuff from the free trade agreements concluded, for example, now with Canada, right? A lot of beef meat, for example, so we're doing these two things simultaneously, which create a paradox in which this does seem to pose a certain problem in certain sectors. And also on the global level, even theoretically speaking, if all of Europe produced zero emissions next week, from a global perspective regarding climate change, it would not change that much, right? We still have other players in the world that we have to account for. So, and a lot of these players that are in the world do not necessarily, or are not necessarily willing to conclude agreements that would follow our regulations, right? So to a certain extent, we're creating an overregulated market within the EU where we are less competitive vis-a-vis other parts of the world, and we don't attract as much foreign investment as we used to. A lot of economies like the US is overtaking us by far in the past 10 years, for example. So, and especially now with the Russian invasion, I felt like it was sort of like a wake-up call as well, that we really have to acknowledge, like, to what extent can we actually lead by example while still being competitive and remaining on the global stage as a sort of like a power without necessarily shooting ourselves in the knee, if I have to put it like cynically. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Other comments? Let's say for many of the questions probably on which I don't have an immediate reply, I take them into let's say, into the list of things which need to be done or need to be addressed. But maybe a few quick comments to your questions, all relevant and all difficult, let's say. The Just Transition Fund is not part of the RRF, it's part of the cohesion funds officially, so it's managed differently from the RRF. The RRF, you know, is based on milestones targets with payments upon achievement of the milestones. And the proposal for the new social climate fund, let's say, seems to indicate a preference for a similar structure for the social climate fund, where member states have to, let's say, also prove that they achieve these targets. The Just Transition Fund is, let's say, put in place for regions selected in the by the national level and agreed, and for those regions, specific plans are being set up by the respective national authorities, probably the managing authorities related to the cohesion funds, the regional development fund in particular, who submit, let's say, those plans to the Commission, and upon approval, they're being agreed. The program is agreed and being implemented. So it's the shared management mode. How and to what extent can you be involved? As I said, the Commission refers, or the slide referred in particular to the so-called partnership principle under cohesion fund, which stipulates that those partners, social partners in particular, should be consulted on the plans. The same goes for the RRF or for the plans under the Recovery and Resilience Fund. I understand there's an open discussion. The Commission has, let's say, admitted that probably in many cases these consultations can be improved, but have to be improved at the national or in some cases probably sub-national level, then in cooperation with the relevant authorities. On the specific case of Poland, I don't know what the situation is. I would have to, let's say, check with colleagues or put you in contact with colleagues in Regio. But let's say in the negotiations of our council recommendation, I think it's fair to state that, like citizens, no member state was against this. No member state is against putting in place just transitions. And the importance is that it allows to take into account different starting positions and different challenges, be it at national level, at regional, at sectoral, because we cannot have a prescriptive one-fits-for-all just transition approach at European level. So, but the consultation can certainly be improved. That also, you have consultations in other contexts, as I mentioned, the NECPs we will see, or the European semester as well. The similar question as regards the effectiveness or efficiency, let's say, of the different funds, or the different way of implementing cohesion funds, more long-term vision, a bit less agile maybe, and the RRF, which was set up to respond directly to the, let's say, pandemic, and to come up with a plan to move the European economy fast out of the pandemic, while strengthening the focus, let's say, on objectives which are, I think, also aligned with the cohesion funds, but including the green transition, the digital transition, also social Europe, and there are assessments being made to what extent the RRF is being used, let's say, to support this, or to, for example, I would have to look up the figure now, but what's the share of measures funded under the RRF which addresses this social, environmental or social climate nexus? There are some. So there are, even while not being prescriptive, member states do use the RRF also to support this or to promote reskilling, upskilling, as does the ESF Plus in parallel. So I think we have a difficulty is to look at all those different funding tools together, and that's probably what your question refers to on the future of the cohesion funds or the next MFF structure. I don't have a crystal ball here, but that's, I think, one of the $1 million questions currently. But happy to take, let's say, from you, your suggestions or your requests, how you think this could be streamlined or improved, if that's what you think, to make it more efficient. Because, as I said, in the Social Climate Fund, some funds have specificities, like the Just Transition Fund, that addresses in particular the effects of phasing out certain industries, or the Social Climate Fund, which addresses specifically the price increases of a new emissions trading scheme, while the cohesion funds obviously have a broader objective of social, territorial, economic cohesion in the member states in their respective areas. And both are vital for the transition. So obviously maintaining social cohesion and strengthening social cohesion and avoiding fragmentation like in the pandemic is also key for a just transition and a fair green transition overall. And, how the structures can be improved, I think that's a debate we'll see forcefully. A task force is being set up, discussions are going on at all levels, but I wouldn't know where they are, and I can't preempt, obviously. But when you ask how can they be reconciled, I think they may not be necessarily contradictory, but probably alignment can be strengthened or improved. And that's how I take your question as well. On the last question, a very difficult one again, the official answer would probably be that the European Green Deal was considered presented as a competitiveness strategy as well, or as a new growth strategy. So it was all but a strategy to deindustrialize Europe or to make it less competitive. But at the same time, obviously, I do take it, and there are many other tools. I think we would argue that try to ensure fair level playing fields in many of the areas. So you have sustainable development chapters in trade deals. You have promotion of decent work across the value chains. Let's say within the limits of our means, there's a proposal for a carbon border adjustment mechanism, which will be gradually phased in, covering different sectors, so that you do have to pay a higher import tariff if you do not meet the climate or environmental standards set in the European Union. So I think one is aware of this, and one wants to avoid carbon leakage where polluting industries obviously leave and re-import. That's not the purpose. And also as I said, we cooperate with third parties to engage them together in an ambitious green transition. So while the US, let's say, Inflation Reduction Act, for example, was certainly considered a challenging moment, we may say so. Obviously, it's a good thing that the US is engaging in the green transition, is engaging in ambitious climate goals, and is also moving towards that direction. But how to do that in a cooperative spirit, I think, is the point you're highlighting, and how to make sure that this is reflected in all tools, including trade policies or others. Winners and losers, yes, that's recognized also by income groups, but that's not to say that everyone should always win. I mentioned price signals, so we do look, for example, at the regressive effects of policies, and be it energy taxation or emission trading. They hit the lowest income groups hardest. This is something we have to avoid, obviously, because this is not sustainable. They cannot afford these price effects. While for higher income groups, those price signals are being set exactly to set incentives to change behavior and to reduce highly emitting production methods or behavior. So, and I think what policy has to try to come up with are instruments. Andrea mentioned this morning, we have to find new instruments that do both, and that set incentives to change economy and society towards climate neutrality, while at the same time compensating and supporting those who cannot afford it or who need to be supported throughout transitions. And that may require all types of new instruments. We call it an innovative job-to-job transition schemes, for example, which can be job guarantees or some kind of forms of income support during the transition, or others to be developed. And some of those good examples exist at national level. Some member states were mentioned, and it's good to showcase those, and many of those are collectively bargained as well, which is probably certainly the best of solutions.
That's the question with regard to... My name is Henning vom Stein. I'm working with the Hans-Böckler Stiftung here in Brussels. With regard to new instruments, given the fact that in the European society these figures about the, let's say, the need for action is so high, and the decision making is needed in, let's say, all companies, all the business models have to transform to something new. So it's about, in my view, it's pretty much about the quality of decision making itself. That could be a new instrument to look at. So how is the decision making guaranteed? And we had some good examples in the pandemic, for example, how to organize work was really pretty much done within the companies and between management and the workers' voice. So I think that should be looked at. And question was, let's say, the meaningful, on one of the slides was the meaningful involvement, what that could be under that aspect, and the exchange of, let's say, the learning experience, the exchange of good best practices. Given the fact that, let's say, the social dialogue is a big word, but I think the culture of social dialogue is very much diverse in the European Union, and management is transnational, is even global, and under this aspect, I think European Works Councils networks, for example, do play a very important role. And since the Works Councils directive is under, let's say, wrap up now, I think all these arguments you brought, all the circumstances we have, should be looked at, not only under the social aspects, but also under this aspect of the quality of decision making within that Green Deal and Fit for 55, let's say, projects we have.
Okay, I have taken good note. That's one of the other conclusions which I'm collecting. Just to say maybe that you all know, I guess, the Commission issued a recommendation on strengthening social dialogue. This includes also support to capacity building in areas or member states where, let's say, structures may be weak, and to strengthen it with a view to enabling social partners to make good use of the tool and to negotiate solutions, to suggest solutions at European level, and to negotiate at social sector level in particular, if they wish. Meaningful, what does meaningful mean? Meaningful means probably going beyond the pro forma consultation where you don't find yourself. It's good to take note, but also to engage in the whole process. As I said, I think the recommendation refers literally to involvement from design over implementation to monitoring and evaluation. We had only 4 months to come up with a proposal for the Council recommendation 21. There was no impact assessment done, and we have based ourselves on available impact assessments for the, let's say, Fit for 55 package. But we held hearings with all stakeholders, member states, social partners, and civil society. And we believe that their views are reflected in the recommendation. But the one thing which was striking, maybe not surprising, but striking, was that all groups said the same. All groups said it's great to have long-term modeling showing that in 2050 everything will be fine and you will have net job gains by 2050, but what about the impacts now? So, and I think this is what I would also subsume under meaningful involvement, to have that and this open, transparent discussion of what the impacts actually are, and maybe to adjust policies where needed. Beyond that, as I said, there are requests by some actors. It's not uncontroversial to have some form of just transition plans at company level or at sectoral level, binding or non-binding. I think these could also be, obviously, there could be other ways of involvement of social partners, if they agree on this, to agree together on this path to decarbonization of their respective companies or industries.
Just a reflection in terms of evidence gap, and that is also something that at the end of the day is missing in the narrative, is that sometimes we tend to compare the consequences of the actions that we want to take to the baseline being the world of today. Yeah. But in fact, the world will not be the world of today. Even the world of work will be, even if we do nothing, will be impacted. But honestly, I think we don't really know what is the cost of doing nothing, let's say. So what will be in 2050? You said, okay, in 2050, everything will be okay. But what will be the world in 2050 or much before 2050 if we do nothing? And I think this would be important in terms of evidence to understand also what we have to do on the adaptation side. Here we are talking mainly about the mitigation, but there is also the adaptation. Some jobs will be difficult to be done with increasing temperatures and so on. But also in terms of narrative, to reframe it a little bit in terms of the costs and the benefits, where, let's say, the baseline is not the world we know today. And I don't know if we can do something on that. It's more difficult from a technical point of view to model, to analyze, and so on and so forth. But I see this as a major gap in the way we discuss the issue.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well noted. I mean, we have as part of our narrative the let's say the sentence that inaction is not an option, in the sense that the costs of inaction are prohibitive, because and you have described the situation. So there are, in the IPCC reports, you have much detail. If not addressed, I think there are scenarios of global climate migration flows of 1 to 2 billion people. So that's something which, because parts of the world would become no longer livable if you are around 50 degrees for large parts of the year, and there may be other, obviously, effects. That's hard to monitor, to estimate, let's say, and to model. But you have a good point that obviously we also, I'm not a macro modeler, you know this probably better than me, but we assume, and probably we certainly do not factor in a paradigm shift like was discussed this morning. We probably, when it comes to digitalization, have certain assumptions on how digitalization will impact employment creation as we have seen it, but also this may change, or may be subject to structural changes or accelerated trends. So very good question. I certainly take this up. It's important, I fully agree, to look at both mitigation and adaptation. And I mentioned in the beginning the impact on working conditions. That's something also where we know less. We know a bit more about the impact on price effects or employment, or probably also skill requirements in the future. But when it comes to what are the impacts of the new jobs in the green economy on working conditions, including industrial relations, others, we probably have to work more. And member states do take action. I think Spain recently has, for example, changed legislation to forbid certain activities at certain temperatures, because they just don't become feasible anymore, or we may have to find new solutions to do outside work through technology or others in heavy sectors like construction or others maybe. So there are a lot of issues to be discussed, and earlier this week in Brussels there were discussions also on the impact this has on social protection systems, for example, how we finance those or what their impact could be. The green transition has the potential, as was said this morning, to reduce costs for this, to improve health overall, but there are also risks on the other side, which we need to understand better, absolutely. Happy to work with this, on this together with the OECD as well. Any other reactions? What else should we? Yes, please.
Thank you. Guy Modat from CGFP, the Luxembourg Civil Servants Union. Some questions. Will we have sufficient green energy available in order to decarbonize European economy? And what do you call exactly green energy? For example, electricity produced by nuclear power plants, is it a green engine or isn't it? I think it definitely isn't, because it's an energy at risk. And then considering the electrification of cars, well, it's perhaps feasible in the longer run, but you should also take into account the carbon footprint of building electric-powered cars. For example, I refer back to a study by French Environment Protection Agency that find it that to build a small car like Renault Clio, to give an example, it has to run some 15,000 kilometers, 15,000 kilometers, in order to neutralize its carbon footprint. But the big ZUF powered with an electric engine, it has to do 100,000 kilometers in order to neutralize its carbon footprint. And overall, transportation of goods, it will be done by lorries in the future, and lorries powered by fossil energies, because it's technically not feasible in a reasonable time frame to have electrically power-driven lorries. So what could the European Commission do in order to have a bigger part of railway transportation of goods, which is decreasing, and lorry transport is increasing, and you see also the problem of congested highways and so on. And furthermore, if you are speaking railway infrastructure, I refer back to a project that was already enhanced. I guess it was already at the Commission, shared at the time being by Jacques Santer in the end of the 90s, the so-called Great Trans-European Networks, les grands réseaux trans-européens. And there is an important project that has still not been realized. It's a lacking railway line between Luxembourg and Brussels, which will cost, its modernization will cost up to €1 billion. And the Belgian government says, we definitely don't have that money. So what could we do about that?
Yes, a lot of interesting questions, very relevant. As you say, there's a general challenging question of how do we, let's say, adapt our mobility system going beyond, let's say, decarbonizing cars or car mobility as we have today. What can Europe do? Europe is supporting some of this transition. I'm not an expert in the rail package, but they're obviously in 10 and so on. There are some activities going on. The RRF, the Recovery Resilience Facility, does support public transport infrastructure investments with some 70 to almost 80 billion euros, I believe. Some 70 billion or more than 70 billion for energy efficiency investments. So there are initiatives to do it. There's research activities funded under Horizon Europe, maybe to also try to come up with new ideas, intermodality. You mentioned transport, goods transport, which is really probably new ideas for the last mile. I'm not an expert, as I said. But for example, you do have a Horizon Europe mission, financed up to 1 billion euros, if I'm not mistaken, which tries to help 100 cities to become climate neutral by 2030. I believe that each of those, for example, at their level, have to find new solutions to mobility, to transport within their and taking into account their carbon footprint in their production and consumption. So I don't have a direct answer how to do it, but mobility is one of the key sectors, and I try to highlight what we are working on, in particular, is transport poverty. And this also includes questions of affordability and availability of alternative solutions, including public transport. And you have seen there's huge support for increasing investment for those, which needs to be reflected. On the other question, good question. We believe there's enough potential to produce green energies for the future. Renewables, one mainly. You know that the EU does not have a competence for the choice of the energy mix as such, but that nuclear energy, let's say, has at least been defined as a transition technology in the taxonomy framework for the time being, but under conditions, and has not been defined as green, but as sustainable source in this context. But I take your point, and a lot of things to be done. Thank you for your attention. I've taken some notes, and I hope I managed to summarize a bit.
Mm-hmm. To whom shall I give the mic? I take
it, but thank you. Yeah. Sorry? Yes, you can come. Yeah. Frank, will you also join me? Yes. Laura is there. Let me just briefly think. It's you, it's Laura, and it's probably Tim. So I would say one of these two, so that you take Laura in the middle. Either that or that. Up to you. Super. Joanna? Is it Tristan? Okay. Everybody ready to go? Yeah. We will welcome Tristan the moment he comes on stage from workshop number 3. But let's already start, because I know that CESI and its partners, Reshaping Work and Bertelsmann Stiftung, have prepared nice lunch. And I also know that you all worked hard, because I heard it. In some workshops, you even did receive mail and was very active. So the 3 workshop reports. We start with Frank. I see him still. Frank, you were in the big room, and I could see there was a discussion going on and many suggestions.
Yes,
maybe you say briefly what you presented and how the discussion went.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a pleasure to be in this workshop, of which I abused for maybe a too long introductory presentation, setting the EU framework, our evidence base for just transition policies and our policy framework. My Director General yesterday mentioned in particular the Council recommendation for ensuring a fair transition towards climate neutrality, which has been adopted as part of the Fit for 55 package. Actually, we are quite proud it was the first initiative under the Fit for 55 package adopted, though it is a legally non-binding recommendation, and which we're now trying to put in place with member states, social partners, and civil society. I set out mainly by asking 2 questions. Do you share the evidence base, or is the evidence we need, or we need to develop more for the future? And second, have we done enough in terms of setting up or a just transition framework, or what would be requirements to strengthen it further? And then, without going into the very many good ideas and also questions or critical remarks, I'll probably limit it to the main ones. So one point, it's important to involve social partners and to do this more systematically, and also to inform social partners at all levels more, because there's while there is formal requirement also by the Commission that social partners will be consulted and involved in the various plans set up in the context of energy and climate policies, there's an open debate if that's being done sufficiently. Linked to this, there was also made a proposal to include to pay more attention to the quality of decision making related to the upcoming revision of the European Works Council Directive, and to make sure that there is a, let's say, involvement of management and worker voice in this decision making and make it meaningful, as we said. Third, there was a question to what extent the current funding structures, including in particular directly management funds such as the RRF or shared management funds like cohesion funds, could be better aligned, and how this could feed into a future funding structure, including the future of cohesion funding. Another comment was that as regards the evidence base, we should know more about the impact of adaptation, the impact of climate change to working conditions, which will be inevitable. These impacts will happen however fast we try to go with decarbonization now, and to better estimate also what are the costs of doing nothing, to make have a stronger point to say that inaction or going back towards the time before the Green Deal is not an option. 2 more points. We need, again, both in terms of policy making evidence, a better understanding of what the, let's say, right way of, if I may call it like this, the mobility transition will be. Is the transition towards replacing one type of cars with e-cars the solution, or do we need other solutions which, let's say, build also on rail infrastructure, alternative forms of transport, and transportation of goods, for example, new forms, and how can Europe support this or support this more strongly? I did refer in my presentation to a Eurobarometer survey which showed that 90% of Europeans support higher investments in this area in particular. And my last point, I think an important point to make, while there are winners and losers in terms of sectors and, let's say, challenges for many sectors, including also in terms of competitiveness, of being afraid that production in Europe may come more costly, putting in place new regulations while let's say, more polluting or higher emitting products or services could be imported. That's a complicated debate. That's not obviously not at all the objective of the Green Deal, but it's a challenging issue. So the call there was that Europe should lead by example in all those areas, but also take along the international partners.
Thank you very much, Frank. I think it was a very comprehensive report. I remember you saying towards the end of your workshop, it couldn't do any harm if companies also have just transition funds, or if you also had just transition funds on corporate level. So an interesting thought that I've kept. And let's look at what Joyce made out of it. It's, and I think we all have learned and heard that very often. It's a massive social and societal transformation that we are facing. And the two questions: have we done enough? Do we need to develop more? The role of social dialogue and participation. And of course, and again, that's something that I think the EU is aiming at. Europe should lead by example. Having said that, let's move over to the other workshop, which was led by the EPC, and it's about social security systems. Europe should lead by example. That is one of the core criteria of our social market society, our social security systems. Laura.
Yeah, thank you for everybody who took part in the workshop, because it was extremely useful, I think, for Tommaso and I. So we were focusing really on three aims of social security, social protection systems for the future, really structured around the ideas of buffering, connecting, and enabling. So in terms of buffering, I mean, perhaps it's almost self-explanatory, but the idea that we really need social protection systems that do provide the support for people to, have gaps in employment, to take up training even maybe when they're in employment and so on. That support has to be in place, but also it needs to be accessible to people. People need to know that support is there. They need to trust that support is there and also there for the long term. But also the challenge of doing that at a time after, a decade of austerity where that was not the message that people were getting from governments largely, precisely the opposite most of the time. And now we're trying to, having to almost have governments do a U-turn in terms of that rhetoric that, no, the support is there, we will support you, you can take these steps and we'll be there to help you. The second point on connecting, again, actually refers to a lot of the conversations that have taken place the last 2 days. Francesco Corti yesterday, was making this point as well. We spoke quite a lot in the workshop about economic governance reform, for very little surprise, I suspect. Unfortunately, it's still the case that, even though there are, of course, I know, your evidence of this, that there is attempt to talk across the silos in the Commission, unfortunately, is still, especially at the top political level, the issue of silos. And, the finance ministers are in one room talking about economic governance and the need to tighten budgets and, watch the deficits and debt rules. You have another group of ministers in the other room talking about the need to strengthen social security systems, and another group of ministers talking about the importance of defence spending, and another one on industrial policy. Mm-hmm. Now, as already been said today, you can't do all of this at once. And so there has to be this very, very top-level strategic discussion about actually what is it that you want, also for the European level. We cannot do all of these things at once simultaneously. So tell us where your priorities actually lie here. And that really has to happen. Also related to that is this the need for a long-term view in policy making, which also should help that discussion as well, whether that's around green transition, whether that's around the development of artificial intelligence, whether that's actually around even defense and security. We really need to be thinking not just long-term in terms of this mandate, the next mandate, but really even 20, 30 years into the future, which also then hopefully provides that space for a discussion around social investment, which is fundamental to the social protection systems, but of course has a much longer term return, than maybe other forms of investment. And so finally, also, we're talking about enabling around social protection systems, so enabling citizens to actually really feel part of the green transition. But yeah, that needs, the point I was trying to make is that there's, a quote from the Irish president about this catastrophe of resonance at the moment, that people do not have the capacity to think necessarily long-term strategically, to make good decisions. I mean, in the past, I have to say from my own personal experience, when I worked less, I made better parenting choices. I don't want to pretend that my children have eaten anything healthy for the whole of June because I just, time is too tight. Whereas I know that actually if I took a moment to step back and if I had that greater capacity, then, not only in terms of not using my car to go to the supermarket, but using my bike or, making more sustainable choices, you enable citizens to do that, and that has to happen. And yeah, I mean, we touched on an awful lot of other points, but one that I think is worth ending on is just in that we were talking about how to, make social protection systems fit for the green transition, for a green future, but actually this is completely interlinked with the challenges that will come around development of artificial intelligence and demographic change, and you cannot separate these because there's absolutely no point in us trying to predict how to structure social protection systems for the green transition if we're ignoring the development of AI that's taking place over here, because of course that's also going to have really substantial impact on our economic and social model.
Super. Thank you very much. So the governance of how do we bring this new green economy together, how to bring all the different bits and pieces in, and of course, how to involve the stakeholders, workers at heart, how to synchronizing the twin transition, because I've got twins at home. I can tell you they're very rarely synchronized. So you discussed how to synchronize the digital and green transition.
We did, with a group of very enthusiastic and energetic people. So I led this workshop together with Giovanna from Reshaping Work, and I'm actually glad that we did because, well, for those who don't know, I work at KLM as an innovation manager. I'm responsible for innovation and transforming our company into a more sustainable airline. Which is quite a challenge, as you probably can imagine. The reason why I am glad that we did this workshop together and bring these business and workers' perspectives together is that we have a mission and a strategy, as I just explained in the workshop, which is all focused at becoming net zero. Transforming to a net positive company by 2050, which is not only about sustainability, although it may sound like that, but it is also about transformation and about change. And for that, you need people. And that was really the central theme of our workshop. What kind of people do we need? What kind of skills? What kind of capabilities? What kind of challenges do we face? And how can we do our best to overcome them? Yeah, I think we started by introducing our challenges of today. And then we took a step ahead and went to the future. Where we divided our group into 3 groups, and they all wrote a postcards to themselves of today. So actually, we came up with 3 postcards from the future, telling us what we are doing quite well today, but also what we can improve on in order to make this green transition go smoothly with our workers at heart, with the people that need to make it happen. As for the postcards themselves, and actually I'm going to read one of them in a minute, but I think I want to reflect on them myself first. I think there's one central theme, a red thread, so to say, that touched on all 3 postcards, and I would say that that is leadership. Because in order to make a transition work, people will need to embrace it. People will need not only the hard skills, but also the soft skills, and they will need to believe in it, and they will have to be supported and facilitated in every way that we can, and that starts with leadership. And I think in the three groups, there were three themes that really came forward. First one being agility, so the ability to embrace change, to adapt quickly, and to, for example, upskill and reskill also very quickly. That was very important. Second one, I would say, is involvement. So make people a part of the transformation that we're initiating. In my case, as a company. But I would say this goes broader. This goes for every organization, every leader struggling with a certain change. Make people a real part of it. So that if you ask people to pay it forward, if you tell them something has to be changed, that they really feel, okay, if I pay this forward, there's also something in it for me. The third element, I would say, and that is, well, I think maybe the most challenging, but do it now, like act now. And this is something that we see many companies, including my own company, KLM, struggling with. We have fantastic, bright minds, people making great plans towards the future. We have entire roadmaps designed until 2050. But when it comes to, okay, where do we start today? It becomes more challenging, because then all of a sudden painful decisions have to be made. Also the needs and the scopes of certain departments will be compromised. So then it becomes a lot harder all of a sudden. So agility, involvement, and act now, I think, were the central themes of the postcards that we wrote, that we came up with. And one of them, well, I was very proud of all of them. I think we both were. But I would like to read one of the postcards for you. It's from the future. And apparently in the future they are still writing on a piece of paper. Dear organizations of the past, I wish I had acted earlier. Be aware of nature and workers and your impact on the planet. Design a new society. The time is now. Keep in mind, and this goes for the workers, open mindset, technical skills and soft skills, continuous learning, define green skills. So what do we actually mean by green skills? What kind of skills and capabilities do we actually need? Respect diversity, be more outcome-driven than action-driven, reskill all generations. Do it now. Best wishes, the people from 2040.
Thank you very much to all three of you. Leadership, involvement, and do it now. Are there still questions now? Because if there aren't any, then I think we say thank you very much to all three workshop leaders. And of course to the participants who worked so hard. And I believe that CESI has proven that it has taken the leadership in tackling this issue. It has involved its stakeholders, and it has done it now. So I would want to invite Romain Wolf, President of CESI, on stage to say a few concluding words before we all move to lunch. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to all of you. Very interesting what I heard here. I have no postcards with me, but at least I will speak not the famous last words, but some last words, some closing remarks. You know all that we are in a special situation, actually coming out of the pandemic, still in the middle of a war in the Ukraine. It's not needed, but it's still going on. But on the topic of yesterday and also today, there's a lot to be said, but can be sure I will be very short. Well, first of all, I think that we all agree on the fact that we need a more sustainable society and that we need a green transition. But there are some questions left, also already talked about yesterday. For example, what is a real green job? What are green skills, as you said before? And then for the jobs, are these jobs better than the actual ones, or are they perhaps more precarious? Nobody knows the right answer at the current moment. I've also read that the EU's green transition could create 1 million or more new jobs by 2030. With pronunciation on the word, I would say could, because nobody can actually, in my opinion at least, give you a guarantee, well knowing that on the other hand, also millions of actual jobs will disappear. Another question is also, a lot has been said about skilling, upskilling. One question is still left. When is this upskilling done? Who pays for this upskilling? Yeah, more questions than answers. And coming back to the twin transition, yes, it should not be twin, it should be a triple one, and that was also said by a lot of the participants, because the social component, the social dimension must be also included. The transition has to be fair. No one should be left behind. It's not so easy, but at least it should be like that. And all of the concerned, they should be taken in one boat. If you want this transition to be a success, it has to be fair, as I said before, and that was also said, inclusive solutions are badly needed. For this, the role of social partners, especially as a trade unionist, I say it from my point of view, especially trade unions will be crucial in the future. You all know that the role of a trade union is to fight for the rights of all those who we represent, and that will not change in the future. That's why I'm also saying one thing is sure for us: labor rights may in no way be restricted or diminished only because of the green transition. You understand, this would be for us, trade unionists, a no-go. And social compensations, we should also think about them. They should be needed because the transition should be made possible for everybody, not depending on the level of what people are earning on money. That should be also very clear. Concluding, I'm coming already to the end, I would point out that, and also that is very important, that realistic goals, they have to be realistic. If you don't, it's no success. That realistic goals can best be reached together, including all trade unions, all stakeholders, we all together, and it has to be done in a real social dialogue. But to reach this, to understand why it is so important to reach this aim, it has to be better explained by those politicians. Sometimes I think they are far away from those who elected them, who take these decisions. Here, political leadership also is very much needed. They have to convince people that it's the best way to go. And you have also to take away the fears of people. If there is some change, people have always some fears that there could be something going wrong, and that's also very important to explain that to all those who are concerned. It would at least be fundamentally wrong to impose something without explaining why it's done. An aim can be good, but I think also that the way how to reach this aim could be even more important. And as I said before, the aim must be realistic. And as you said before, act now. Yes, we agree. We have to act now. But we have also to explain, not only us, but also those who are responsible on other parts in the game, I say it like that, they have to explain what happens if it's not done. What are the disadvantages? And also that is of a big importance. So the green transition is important, but that it can only be a success, I think we have to work together, all of us, especially also the trade unions, also on a European level. All of us, not only a part. It will not be easy, I know, but I think that in working all together, it will be a success. And a last remark, I've heard this morning that education is key. But when I see, sometimes, when I see how teachers are treated in some countries of the EU Union, then I have some doubts that those politicians, they really understand what is at stake. Having said all this, this is now really the end. I would like to thank, first of all our partners, Bertelsmann Stiftung, Reshaping Work, EU Observer, European Commission, ILO, EPC, CEPS, and KLM. I hope that I did not forget somebody. No? Okay, that's perfect. Special thanks go to our whole team. Thank you very much. Special thanks go also to the moderator, Kerstin. Well done. And yes, I have to say it. A very special thank also go to our colleague Telemachos. Telemachos, well done. And not forgetting all the participants, all those who participated in the panels, all the speakers, and last but not least, to all of you all participating in this meeting. Thank you very much. It has to be a pleasure for me. It is a pleasure for me to wish you a pleasant weekend, and I hope so, perfect holidays. See you all, I hope so, next year for the coming summer days 2024, and they take place on the 27th and the 28th of June. Thank you all.
Okay. Okay. So a group. Okay, a group photo on stage would be nice, is what Telemachos is saying. Telemachos, who would you want on stage then? Everybody. Everybody, could you please come on stage? And while you're all coming on stage so that we can take a photo with all of you, may I remind you that once you're off the stage and at home, please plant your name tag. Don't hesitate to send photos to CESI on what has come out, and leave your string here at the entrance. But please come and let's take a group photo.